loans from the bank. So you've taken out loans, for example, to build a health center that was partially a loan on that over at Montreal Lake. So if we look at this statement, I'm going to provide some visuals so it's a little easier to understand what are those numbers all telling me, what are they trending to. The first thing I always want to look at, and the chief kind of hit on this, is do we have money to pay our bills? So when we look at this, we want to look at what's cash, what's going to be cash right away, compare it to those bills that have to get paid immediately. Do we have enough money to pay those bills that are due within the next year? So if we continue on, this is kind of a trend of your working capital. So you can see the top line is the green line is your current assets, the orange line is your liability. So what do you have in the bank? The orange line is typically you want that green line to be above the orange line, so that means you have more money in the bank. You can see they're very close to each other. So that means pretty much what all the bills that you have to pay, you have essentially just enough cash and receivables coming to you to pay that. So you can spin this how you want, but at least they're not in a position where they're having to borrow from the future. They're essentially have just enough to make their bills pay. So they're running essentially at a break-even basis. So at the end of each month, their bank account's running close to zero, but it's not in the negative. This one I want to talk about next is kind of more your long-term health. So I talked about short-term, you're pretty much running at break-even. Long-term, it's very similar, your results. It's not always that case. But in this case, we want to compare all your financial assets. So some of those investments that are there for long-term, things that aren't going to be investments that you may not sell right away, but you can eventually convert to cash, as well as your long-term debt. So loans that will get paid over the next 5, 10, 15 years. You've got mortgages on CMHC, houses, etc. So when we compare the difference between the two, if you have a positive amount, that means you guys have essentially saved up. You've got extra savings so that you can do extra programming, extra cash. If you have a negative, that means you're going to have to take money from the future to pay back all the spending you did in the past. So Montreal Lake's position here, you can see in the chart here, so the green line, you don't want that to be below the orange line because of the green line. That means now you need to borrow from the future. So if you go back to 2020, you can see that the green line was essentially about $8 million less than what you guys owed. So you almost were running an $8 million deficit at that time. But you can see that those two lines have got very close to each other at the top. So that essentially means that you've got enough savings to pay all the debt that you've incurred. You don't have to borrow from the future anymore to pay your past debts. So you've got enough savings to pay off what you currently owe. So you're essentially the nation's running at break-even amount. So no savings, but also no having to take from the future to pay back past debts. Investment in capital assets, so needing to be able to replace the infrastructure. So this kind of just shows, is your value of an investment into things like houses, lagoon, landfills, all the different assets that you're building, is it increasing? So if we go to the next slide, typically here you've got your capital assets at the very top. So as you build a new house, that number is going to go up over time. That we take the value down on that. It's called depreciation. So your house because over time it's not going to be worth as much, and it's eventually going to go to zero. So are you investing, putting more money in faster than your assets are depreciating, losing their value? So in this case, you can see your assets that you're buying is increasing, so you are making more investments into your infrastructure the last few years than they are decreasing. So there is being investment made. I know the infrastructure, housing, there's still lots to do, but there is being more put in than they're losing value. Accumulated surplus was the last number you would have seen on that financial statement. You would have seen a big number there of 61 million, said, oh, we got a $61 million surplus. This isn't a cash surplus. You can see the big number. You got some investments. Most of that's with Montreal Lake Business Ventures, so they've got about $10 million. They're going to earn interest, use that for future, to provide to the band to do additional programming. The other part of your surplus is your capital assets. So a lot of times you get funding for your capital assets, so you get $5 million for a new lagoon. That's going to be increasing your value, and over time you're going to lose that surplus. Sometimes on your capital assets you have to take out a mortgage, so you're not going to fully own those. But so your capital assets, you've invested $49 million essentially into them. That's kind of the value of the capital assets. So you don't have cash, but you've got some houses and buildings and various infrastructure amongst the community that still has some value. The big numbers at the very bottom there, operating deficit. So that's kind of what you have for cash. You can see that the nation has an operating deficit of $369,000. That's improved from $651,000 last year. So it's slightly below even. $369,000 seems like a big number, but when the nation's running over $50 million budget, it is a small percentage, and essentially at a break-even point. So I talked about what you own and what you owe. Now this is your statement of operations. So this is kind of revenues, your money coming in, cash that you're receiving from your funders or different businesses, and then how are you spending your money. So we can look at your revenues. How is your revenues trending? How much is the budget for the nation to operate, provide all the services, all the programs, maintain all the assets? So if you go back to 2020, your budget was just under 35 million. The nation's amount has increased significantly. It's over 65 million now, so there's been significant growth. By the green line, you can see that most of that growth has been increased funding from the federal government, so WISC has significantly increased what they're providing the nation. A lot of that, some of that is in programs like prevention, but a lot of it is also more money for various infrastructure projects. They have increased money towards things like housing and water treatment and those kind of projects. So this is just kind of the last slide, but a piece of the pie. So of your budget, where does it come from? 81% of your revenues or funding comes from Indigenous Services Corporation, and no other source makes up more than 2%. The 9% there's just a hodgepodge of a few different revenue sources. Expenses, so now you've got the money, you got that big pie, you got that $60 million of money. How are we going to spend that money is kind of what Chief and Council has to do. I'm going to show it two different ways. This way is by program. So you got that money. How much are we going to allocate to admin? How much are you going to allocate to social? How much are you going to allocate to education? So as you go here, you can start at the top. There you see the purple one. That's $5 million for administration. As you go around clockwise, it's the same listing as on the side there. So you can see there's $5 million for administration. They take a piece of the pie, $11 million they provide to social. Your next big piece of the pie there is health. Gets $9.1 million of that budget. So just under a quarter, a fifth of the budget. You can see the same for band activities. Gets about the same at that's education that gets the 9.1 million. As we go around, you can see post-secondary gets 3 million. So that's how they divvy up the budget for the different programs and services, how they allocate out that money. And then there's also the traditional, lots of people are used to seeing this way, is how much are you spending on salaries, how much are you providing out for assistance, how much are you spending on repairs and maintenance. So if we go to the next slide, you can kind of see, so this slide is that previous slide in a visual, so it's kind of giving you a piece of the pie. You can see pretty much half of your expenses go to paying the salaries and wages for the various people running your programs, your maintenance workers, all those different service areas, and then different types of assistance through prevention, basic needs, is about 13 million as well. And then you can continue like the other one going around, seeing your expenses. Your next biggest area would be some community activities. So I've got a couple slides here on Montreal Business Ventures just to show you how your one investment's doing, but I'm going to stop there for questions on kind of the nation's operations, what I just kind of went through. Any questions? Yes, sir.
The numbers you're getting from, that's just from 2024, right? Like the segments that are separated into administration, social development?
Yes, that's from April 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024. Yes,
So
the 12 months.
these numbers vary with every year.
They can vary for every year how they want to allocate their budget or do the budget. A lot of the budget is dictated by ISC, but they will vary. You'll see in future years things like some of the activities and programs of prevention and stuff going up as they increase the funding.
Forgive me for asking it.
Nope, that's why I'm here.
I don't know if you'd be the one I'd ask or if I just wait to speak to Okmaganak, the leaders, but there's a part in here that mentions about mortgage on houses that we're not allowed to own. To my understanding, that's why we insure our houses, right? So the band or the entity that owns the houses can get mortgages on them, right?
Right. Yeah, Coach Johnson, that's so CMHC more. So CMHC provides a housing program. So essentially, you build it, they'll provide you the loan to provide new houses, a mortgage essentially, but they do provide you a subsidy. So as long as you follow their agreements, essentially they provide you a subsidy every month that equals the loan payment. So as long as you follow the CMHC's requirements with maintaining reserves, doing the different things under their program, they will provide you the matching funding to pay off those loans. But you do get loans with CMHC to build houses.
So Montreal Lake Administration as an entity cannot get mortgages on any of the houses on reserve?
Not on the band houses that they could go out and take loans for them, but the ones that are in there as mortgages are all under the CMHC housing program.
Okay.
Yeah. So the CMHC housing program gets consolidated in, but it's actually shown as there's a separate entity and a separate funding agreements for that.
There's another entity that gives us houses too. There's band houses, CMHC houses, and INAC houses.
Yeah, so most of your band houses, you can go and self-fund those, but typically they are through ISC. They've got various different programming. Right now they're running what they call immediate needs. So some nations will use that to build more houses. Some nations will use that to do major rentals. But yes.
Those are our assets, right?
Once you build them, yes, they become part of those tangible capital assets.
Even if they are CMHC, INAC, or BAN?
Yeah, so you're going to have an asset, but you're also going to have a mortgage. So if you go back to your balance sheet, you're going to see something that you own, but you also have a bunch of money owing on that.
I'm sorry.
Good questions. Good questions. I like to teach people about finances, so it's always good.
Since I'm speaking and nobody raised their hand yet, I just wanted to say something about what was said in the beginning. Muniasco. I used to be called a Munias all the time too, and I often took it as disrespect, but that's only because I didn't know my language. Muniao, Munias, or Muniasco, that doesn't necessarily mean skin color. That means the understanding you hold or carry. There's a word that we use, kisi mantu, that's mistaken for the way we understand God, but that's actually how we would say elders' knowledge or elders' understanding. Kisimantu. So I just wanted to say that because I too used to be called Munia or Munias, but that has nothing to do with race or disrespect. It just talks about the understanding that come back home, if you understand my drift. And I got a whole whack of little more questions, but I'll leave it at that.
Thanks. So yeah, I'll quickly go through, I'll have one more chance for questions at the end. I'll just do a few slides here on how Montreal Lake Business Ventures is doing. So this is essentially an investment arm. So they're looking for opportunities to provide some returns. Montreal Lake Business Ventures, Gary will do some presentation, so I'm not going to go too in depth, but they do provide some returns back to the nation to do various community activities and programming. So what's included in Montreal Lake Business Ventures? They've got forestry products. They have the store over at the Montreal Lake Reserve. The Little Red store is included in the full consolidated numbers that would have been in those revenues and expenses. Just because they're not separate legal entity, it's how we have to account for them. So Montreal Lake Business Ventures, you've seen this balance sheet for the nation. The balance sheet for Montreal Lake Business Ventures is a very strong, heavy of what you own. They don't owe a lot. They only owe $255,000 to suppliers at the end of the year, but they do have total assets of $12.9 million. So they've got a bunch of portfolio investments of $7 million there, and then they have some cash, receivables, some different loans owing to them. So we saw this slide, short-term health, when we looked at the band. That orange line was right at the bottom, essentially break even. They had as much cash as they owed to suppliers in this case. You can see it's way up there. They do have a lot of short-term health and ability to continue to operate and make future investments. And I know Gary will talk about some of those opportunities, how they can use some of this money to get more returns for Montreal Lake. Then your long-term investments that are in there, your portfolio investments. So these are investments that you kind of hold and you get dividends, you get repayments from. On the very left, you can see what % you own of these businesses. Your significant investments here are Manitoba Muckalucks, or also Blue Moose Clothing, is $3.5 million. You've got an investment in One Sky Products of $1 million, and then in Prince Albert Business Development LP, there's $2 million, and then there's a couple other investments in there, and you can see your investments, the change in there. You can see at the end of the year, it's slightly gone up from $7.2 to $7.3 million, so they've gone up a little bit in value. How else does Montreal Lake get their revenues? So they get the revenue from the sales of the store over at Montreal Lake Reserve. They get revenue from the various forestry operations, and then they also get some interest money from their investments. So this is their statement of revenue. You can see the big portion of their sales, kind of some of their operations get dwarfed just because of the large dollar volumes that go through with the store, but then you have the store, the margins are quite a bit smaller because there's lots of costs involved. So for the Montreal Lake Business Ventures, there was a big fair value increase in one of the investments. That's why 2021 looks a little odd. But overall, if you take that top line, you can see that the revenue number is trending slightly upwards. So it's a good thing it's continuing to move upwards. It's not going downwards, but it's not growing. It's growing, at a moderate rate there. This one relates to the store over at Montreal Lake, but it'd be very similar numbers for Little Red. There'd be, a cent or two that's slightly different. I find sometimes members find this a little interesting. I go to the store, I spend $1, where does that dollar go? So it's going to change each year, but you can see most years are very, very similar. So if you go to the store, you spend $1, 70.6 cents is going to go to them buying the gas, the fuel, the product that they're selling you. So that only leaves them just under 30 cents for the other items. So you can see the orange, they gotta pay wages, so 11.2 cents is used to keep the salaries, keep the people operational, stocking the shelves, etc. And then they give 8.5 cents back to you as a member with your various rebates. So when you show the treaty card, you'll get your fuel rebates, tobacco rebates. Typically, they'll keep about 8 cents of every dollar, and then that's for reinvesting, community donations, etc., depending what they decide to do with those profits, doing repairs, anything they have to do to improve the store. This is just a slide on the different operating segments of Montreal Lake Business Ventures. It's kind of that couple pages over the statements just to show their retail sales made $618,000. You can see the other, they got some profits there from the various investments. And then this slide here is just how are they spending their money, their budget. Essentially, it's just an administration type budget. What they're spending on salaries is their biggest cost, and then they also have some costs with their forestry, but then they also have various consultants, professional fees as they look to make investments and get advice to grow that business. So that's my presentation. I'm going to open up again for questions. Anyone? Yeah, I'll stick around for a bit. I know some people are shy to ask questions in front of a big audience. I'll be around. Feel free to come and ask me those questions, or if you want anything explained a little bit better. I'm here for a bit. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jason. Next on the agenda is Little Red Store. Unfortunately, Virgil is not able to be here, but he sent me his report, so I'll read the report from Virgil. Currently, we have 5 staff, including myself. Accounts and payroll is Frida Sasakamoose, 1 full-time employee, 2 part-time employees, and currently looking to hire 1 more part-time. The issue I'm having is when I post for workers, no one applies. It's open to the public, including the Laurent side. Hopefully we get some applicants. As for the store business, we have a few issues. One of our point of sales computers went out. I sent it back to WizTech. I'm thinking that's where the computer came from, and they returned it saying it was fixed only last week, and then it went out again. I'm currently waiting to get them back with different options. Another issue is theft. A majority of the time is due to hunger. We, the store, try to help out by giving them food items recently expired, and they seem to like it when we have more people asking. Before we used to give it to the food bank, but I think it's better served to our people. Also, we have a number of freezers going out, and we lost a lot of products. We had Climate Pro Mechanical come out and fix a couple of the freezers, along with our produce cooler. We still have a couple that can be fixed or will be costly for parts, so we are looking to get into buying a couple of more freezers. Also, we getting hit with people with auto depositing checks, and they're cashing them at the store. And it's getting costly, and we don't know how to stop it from happening. We also removed old manager's name off some of the accounts and put my name in place. On a brighter note, Frida Sasakamoose got her diploma for commerce, accounting, and payroll. Upcoming thoughts, we are looking into getting into diesel. The diesel tank for the store, also doing some minor renovations in the store. If any more information is needed, feel free to stop in, have a coffee, and discuss, have a discussion with me, or call me at 306-982-5669. Virgil Ermine. So that's just a quick report from Virgil from the Little Red Store. Thanks to Virgil for sending that in. Okay, next we have our legal, Dawn Cheecham, and she'll be talking about our claims for Montreal Lake. So I'll call Dawn up here, and we'll get her presentation going on the computer, and you can ask some questions about our claims.
Cheecham, I'm legal counsel for the nation. Been working for the band since about 2017. And every year, your chief and counsel asks me to come out and report to you on the claims activities that we've been working on. So the intention today is for me to go through a number of claims and just provide you with a brief update on each claim, where things are at, where we intend to go, and then hopefully leave room for any questions that you might have. So what I propose to do this morning is I'm going to start off by talking about your agricultural benefits claim. Most people in the room know that claim to be cows and plows. You've heard that term, I'm sure, many times before, and you're kind of eager to hear what's happening with that claim. So for your benefit, I'm going to start off with that one, and then I'm going to move into a discussion about your timber claim. And then I want to spend some time talking about 3 other claims that are in the works that are currently in the research phase, that are just equally as important, but are just in a different stage right now, right? And those are the annuities claim, the 106 timber surrender, as well as something called the bombing range claim. So we can do this one of 2 ways. You know, I can go through each slide and then leave room for questions at the end of that slide, or we can save them all for the end. I'll leave that up to you, whatever you choose to do. I won't be offended if you stop me midway through my presentation. Okay, so cows and plows. Back in November and December, we had released 2 letter updates to the membership. I hope most of you received that. Is there anybody in the room that has not seen those updates? Okay. So I'm going to start there just to kind of recap where we left things back in November and December. For those of you who own a smartphone or a tablet, I encourage you to download the MLCN app. It's a free app on your phone. All you have to do is download it, enter a few credentials, and then you'll be able to see all sorts of updates from the band, including job postings, community events, as well as we're intending on putting claims updates on those apps. So currently, you know, you may be following social media. There's a couple of Facebook pages that belong to the band, and updates are often posted on there. But now that we're in the thick of negotiations, we have to control our audience. And I know I talked about this when I came here before. You may recall that I said that we're going to have to switch over to something a little more secure, because any updates that we give on the claims, particularly when we're in negotiations, is for our eyes only. And on social media, you often cannot control who the audience is, and people share things and their friends see it, and so we just can't have that. But back in November, we had reported that, you know, we were still at that time waiting for a response from Canada on the claim. And in the meantime, in order for us to get ready for what's to come, we started to do a number of things. One of the first things that your chief and council did was they appointed a committee. And this committee is called the Agricultural Benefits Planning Committee. And it's made up of folks from each of your sectors, as well as your youth rep. I think it's what's that rep called? The chief and council, the junior chief and council rep also sits on that planning committee. And the purpose of that planning committee is, you know, because it's meant to be a sampling of the community, that committee was tasked with doing a number of things. Mainly, their job is to meet and make a number of recommendations to your chief and council, who would ultimately make a final decision about something. One of the first things that they had to do was look at appointing a financial advisor and trustee for this claim. So, as part of Canada's process, it is a legal requirement that we hire a financial advisor for the purposes of this claim, and that financial advisor is meant to give us advice on what to do with the money. They have to sign off on a legal certificate saying that they did just that. At the same time, we need to find a trustee that would receive the settlement proceeds and follow a legal document about what we're going to do with that money, how we access that money, all the rules and regulations pertaining to that. So the committee interviewed a number of potential financial advisors and trustees. Mainly, they were representatives of major banks. And ultimately, the settlement planning committee had recommended, they kind of narrowed it down to 2 different options. And at the time, those options were BMO and FNB Trust. FNB Trust is the trust division of First Nations Bank of Canada. And First Nations Bank of Canada were the ultimate choice that the chief and council made that would handle your trust proceeds when they do come in. There were a number of reasons why they chose FNB Trust, but mainly The band has an established relationship with First Nations Bank. First Nations Bank has been good to them. First Nations Bank was there for the band when they needed them back a few years back when, you know, the finances weren't up to par. Also, FNB Trust, you know, their trust division is made up of, like, I think they're 100% Indigenous. The bank's employees, I think there's like 80-some% Indigenous. And so there was, the chief and council felt that there was a rapport there, that, you know, these folks understand us, because these folks are us, right? And so there's, all of that happened back in November, early December. What also happened and what we reported in these letters is that your chief and council had appointed a lead negotiator for this file. And it's a familiar name, familiar face, Irma Murdoch. She's a band member. She was also your band manager for a while. And she has extensive negotiating experience. She's worked on other claims before. She's worked on specifically cows and plows claims before. She's also done self-government negotiations. So they thought she was a good fit for that role. Early December, you know, you recall that in the past I came to these assemblies and I had showed basically a slide that said, this is where we are in the process. And right now we're waiting for this particular letter from Canada. And that letter basically would tell us, your claim has been validated, would you like to negotiate a settlement? And that day finally came in early December. We received that letter, and it was released as part of that letter update. We did attach it to that letter. So Canada, in order to confirm the band's willingness to enter negotiations, they had to sign a band council resolution. They had to name their negotiating team, which basically consists of the chief and council, myself, Irma, as well as your band manager. So all of that was done in early December. And then of course Christmas happened, New Year's happened. So now what we're expecting is that within the next 2 weeks or so, Canada is going to meet with us, and they're going to be in a position to give us some numbers. I don't have, obviously for that reason, I don't have numbers here for you today, so there has been no official offer presented to the band. They're currently working on that. The intention is that once we meet with Canada and we get some of those numbers, we want to set up a standalone meeting like this, right? But a standalone meeting dedicated to cows and plows specifically, so that we can come and share a lot of that information with you. When I say Canada's going to give us numbers, they're going to give us an indication as to what they think this claim is worth. They're going to show us their formulas as to how they arrived at those numbers. And that's all part of what you need to understand as well. So, the other thing, you know, within the next 2 weeks to a month, what we're intending on doing is also consulting with the membership regarding this, like, trust-related matters. So if I were to explain to you what I mean by that, as part of this claims process, once we get into deep negotiations, which is going to be right away here and might take as little as 3 to 6 months, These negotiations, I mentioned this before, they're expected to be accelerated. That means they're going to move quicker than normal. And I know a lot of people would like to hear that, and we're doing our best to move this claim as quickly as possible. But we still have to do things the right way. Once we get into those negotiations, we're going to get what's called a draft settlement agreement from Canada. That settlement agreement is going to, it's basically going to say, this is what we're offering to you, and these are the legal terms and conditions with which we want to settle. So we're going to be bringing that document to you, and we're going to be explaining it to you, getting your input and your feedback. Alongside that, we have to draft what's called a trust agreement. So when Canada pays a big settlement, like Cows and Plows is expected to be the largest settlement that you've ever received, most likely, right, to date. Whenever that kind of money comes into the community, it doesn't just go into the band's general account. There's very strict rules about what we do with that money, and it goes into a special trust account that's managed by the trustee, in this case, FNB Trust. So this trust agreement, with your input and involvement, we're going to, we've already started meetings for that with FNB Trust to start going through the planning of that. And this is where you'll find information like what can those monies be used for, who can access them and for what purposes, how much will each member get. If somebody passes away, what happens with their money? What happens with the minor's money? All of these major bits and pieces of the settlement would appear in this trust agreement. So, yeah.
Just a quick question on it. The ones that did receive theirs already offsite, did they use First Nations Bank as well? I know it's not our nations to say, but would you happen to know if, say, Larange or Sturgeon Lake used First Nations Bank as well?
First Nations Trust.
Or First
They're
Nations
called
Trust.
FNB Trust. I don't think they use them, but there are tons of other, I think FNB Trust represents over like almost 90 different First Nations all across Canada. But all of these trust companies that we interviewed, they were all capable of doing this work, right? They're all capable of doing good work. It all came down to what is it going to cost, and do we trust these people, and would we develop a good working relationship with them? So I've worked personally with FNB Trust on other files in the past, and they're pretty good. All of these trust companies, they're federally regulated, and so there are very strict rules that they have to follow, and if they don't follow them, they could lose their trust designation, which is a serious thing. They could also be criminally charged if they don't follow the rules.
As we all should.
Yes, especially when it comes to your money, right? You don't want them just letting anybody access your money. You need them to safeguard your money. And so that's what we're working on. And so you can expect within, a month, I would say, we're going to start booking these standalone meetings with the community, and we'll do it sector by sector, just like you're used to. And we'll come and talk to you about what we know about what Canada's offering. We'll answer questions that you might have about it at that time. And we're going to start talking to you about the trust agreement. I know one of the things I was asked by the Off Reserve in the last 2 days is, how much are we getting? We're not in a position to disclose that to you today because Canada hasn't given us those numbers. I've also been asked, how much is each person getting? And I can tell you that when Canada makes a settlement offer, they'll make a global settlement offer of one large amount. And in the settlement agreement, it doesn't say you have to pay each person this amount. Canada will say that they have no business telling you what to do with your money. Their only job is to settle this claim with you, place the money in a special account for you, and they wash their hands of it at that time. So what you guys do with the money is going to be up to the community. We already have FNB Trust doing some modeling for us. And as part of this modeling, we're going to be coming around to the communities and presenting a number of options for you to consider. Right? Like, what would it look like if in your area, you talked about Sturgeon and La Ronge. You know, through that Moccasin Telegraph, we've learned how much money those communities were giving to each member, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the same for you. We have to talk about that. And so those options are going to include, you know, how much would, like if we invested some of that money, how much would it grow over time? And how could those funds be utilized in the future? We're talking about thinking 7 generations ahead. It's probably a good idea to put some of that money aside for future generations. But just expect that in the next month or so, we're going to start booking those meetings. And so I do encourage you to download that app. And I know there's other methods, like for providing notices to the communities. I don't think that it's a big deal to post those types of things on Facebook. There's no confidential information being released, and so we can post those things on social media. We'll also post it to the app. The band has a web page. We could probably post it there as well. For those of you who don't have smartphones, I know there's still people out there, right? They can't afford them and all of that stuff, or don't know how to use them. We can get you your information a different way. If you are one of those folks, just get in touch with one of your leaders and we can get you information that way. You had another question?
Yes. I just, before I ask my question, as to what I was saying earlier about Munias School, I really want and need to believe that we're all going to be Nihiduak Pahisinuk, Pichitapayagan, all people in the West in time, who all hold and carry Kisimantu, our elders' wisdom and knowledge. With that, I want to ask, my understanding of cows and plows, or the agriculture benefit, is it's a part of the treaties that is being honored. As to, I haven't read it myself or word for word, but I feel like there's something in there that's supposed to say a cow and plow for every individual and the wisdom and knowledge to use it. That's where this money comes from. I could be wrong because I'm not an expert on the treaties, but that's my understanding of cows and plows. Now, with that being said, a lot of First Nations in the West, we rent our land out to farmers. A lot of our reserve land, that little tiny tracts of land that we were forced to stay on, is actually, some of it's leased out for farmland. After we receive the cows and plows, do we have the right to utilize our land the way we see fit? Like, say, if in the negative, then net debt indicates that you need to use future revenues to pay for something you already bought. Let's say gravel here in Pasquawskik. I don't see this as Absismiko. I see this as where the woods meet the plains. But in any case, our gravel, Our gravel is being sold by a family who I love and respect, the Bears. They actually gave my dad and his siblings horses to walk to and from Tweedsmuir for school. And I don't mean any disrespect to that family or their business, but our gravel that is on Munshall Lake land, on reserve land, that is leased farmland, is being sold. And from my understanding, no dollars are being given to the band, because what I was told is the band owes that family millions of dollars, hence the reason they're allowed to sell our gravel. And on top of that, we as individual band members cannot go over there with a truck and fill the back of our truck up with gravel so we can grade our approaches. So with this cows and plows, after it comes in, I don't know if this question's geared towards our lawyers or Okimaganak, but in any case, what's going to happen with our leased farmland? Especially when we're in so far in the negative, our natural resources can help us, bring us into the plus, into the green. But it's like we have no right to do anything with it. If I go over there right now to the Bears and try and fill a truck with our gravel, they would either call the cops or tell me to F off, forgive the language. So what's happening with our leased farmland after we receive what was supposed to be given Kayas Easterman?
Good question. The short answer to that is if you have any leased land, that's considered separate and apart from what we're doing over here with the cows and plows. When Canada negotiates a settlement for cows and plows, they negotiate on a very narrow basis. They literally will say, this is what, like, you're right, as part of treaty and in past presentations, I actually put it up on the screen, just what the treaty said about all of these little implements that you were supposed to be receiving. Literally, we're talking about cows, plows, horses, in some cases pigs, farming equipment, like very basic farming equipment like hoes and scythes and things like that, seeds for planting, right? All of these things, and Canada is valuing those things in dollars. They're saying this is what those things were worth way back when you signed treaty, and they're bringing it up to today's dollars, applying inflation to those numbers. They don't concern themselves with what you're doing with your lands now, if that involves farming. They don't concern themselves with what revenue you could have made off of those lands. It's not a part of this deal. And when we get that settlement agreement, I'll be able to show you exactly what I mean by that. There's things that they're negotiating and things that are excluded. So I just wanted to assure you that, you know, if you still wanted to farm after receiving cows and plows, you're entitled to do that. They cannot take that away from you. But this whole thing about leased lands, I have no knowledge of the Bears. I was not involved in that. If the chief and council direct me to look into that, I can.
Well, like I said, I don't know if my question is geared towards the lawyer or my leaders. But in all honesty, we have natural resources on our reserve lands that we can use. We don't need to pay outside sources like gravel. They're like, our vehicles are being destroyed because of our roads, right? Well, we have gravel pits all over. And the last time I had asked about this, I was told that the Bears have the right to do that because they are band members. They are Munshall Lake band members now. As far as I know, I could be wrong. So if that's the case, I know people who have heavy equipment who can come in and dig gravel for me. Can I start my own gravel company and not pay the band anything? I guess that's a question for my leaders.
Your manager would like to address that question just because it's outside of this process.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know that all those questions you have on leased land will be answered a little bit later on when Jason and his team come up here and do a land report. So that is on the agenda for today, so they'll be answering those questions.
I just wanted to say, forgive me, I want to ask all the questions and get answers to them. It's just we don't set aside enough time for everybody to ask their questions. You know, my understanding of a band assembly is we find out our finances, what we're going to do with it, and the people get to ask the leaders and our lawyers questions and get answers to them. So in my understanding of a band assembly, whether annually or not, you'd think there'd be more time set aside to the people to ask questions and get answers. That way we're not struggling to ask every question we're looking for. But that's just my own opinion as a band member. Maybe another day for each sector, just for questions alone. And forgive me for interrupting you're so informative. Thank you for that. Forgive me
No,
for
don't
interrupting.
apologize. I mean, some of these questions are intertwined. You don't know where they fit, right? It's just, for some of your questions, I'm not the holder of the information that you need, you know? It just comes down to that.
Yeah, just quickly, there's the lands committee, and also, like I said earlier on, Jason will be doing a report on leased land, so, yep.
Does the settlement committee have a number in mind? Is it going to be in the millions or the billions of dollars, the settlement?
Like, what are we anticipating?
Yeah, what,
I don't, this is merely a guess, right? We did the backwards math when we looked at what other communities received. And as you probably know, a lot of these cows and plows settlements are population-based, right? Or maybe you didn't know that. But part of Canada's formula, and we will review this with you, is I mentioned earlier, they value these implements on a per person basis, and then they take 1/3 of your historical population and 2/3 modern population, and they use those three things to come up with a number. So, you know, we're anticipating, like, we're probably looking at over $200 million for the cows and plows claims. But we won't know, and I'm obviously going to say to you today, we won't know for sure until Canada gets us their numbers and they give us an official settlement offer on paper. Until then, it's merely a guess. So again, I just wanted to kind of wrap up this slide by saying, you know, I mentioned that this claim is a very significant claim for your nation. You need time to understand it. You need time to tell us what you think about what should be done with the money. And so just wait for those notices for these meetings, for these standalone meetings on cows and plows, because they're going to happen very soon. And of course, we can answer your questions more thoroughly at that time. Are we good to move on to the next one? Yeah? Okay, I'll be very surprised if there's anybody in the room that is unfamiliar with this claim because it pertains to your reserve, right? But just to recap a little bit, at one of the past assemblies, I had released information that talked about the stages of where we're at. And at the time, I had indicated that because Canada and La Ronge and Montreal Lake were so far apart on this claim, we had to take it to the specific claims tribunal and deal with it like a court matter. So there was no negotiations after a certain point. It had to go through the tribunal. And the first thing we had to do was validate the claim. We had to validate our reason for being there. We had to validate our allegations that Canada breached their own rules. So we did that. That happened. I was not a part of that process. That happened before me. And then we moved on to the second phase, which did involve me, and we had to determine just how much timber was taken from the reserve. Because Canada was saying one thing, and we were saying another. And of course, your neighbors, Sturgeon Lake, they went through a timber claim settlement as well. And in that claim, we know that those companies that came in, they took a lot of timber, and they lied on paper about just how much they took. We call that underreporting. So that was confirmed to have happened with Sturgeon Lake, and so we had people look into that for us. And we went through the second phase, which is we tried to prove that they were underreporting, and the tribunal agreed with us. So that was another significant step in the process.
It says determination of volume of timber taken completed. If they were under, what's the term?
Underreported?
If these timber companies like the wood mills and whatnot were underreporting, how were we able to determine the volume of timber taken if they were underreporting?
It was a really involved process, I'll tell you that right now. But what we did was we hired experts to come in, and they looked at old aerial records, they looked at old paper records, archival materials. They actually visited the lands, and they were able to determine how much timber was likely there based on what they saw, even down to the species. And so it was really a scientific determination. And then of course Canada came in and they said, well, we didn't take all that, or we didn't allow all that timber to be taken. There was a big fire during this year, and that's what took the timber. They were saying there was no spruce. There was no spruce on the reserve, yet the Little Red River is known as Spruce River. You know, silly things like that. And the tribunal...
The elders say usually after a fire rolls through, a new life comes. How come it's all farmland now?
Yeah, so there was a number of things that we looked at. It was very scientific. Our expert was excellent. And, you know, Canada did their best to try to undermine our experts, but the tribunal just didn't buy it. So we were able to prove that a lot of timber was likely taken from the reserve.
Forgive me again, kasi naman if it's complete, I just wanted to ask a quick question, and I'm only going on wisdom and knowledge that I'm told throughout growing up. We all know that La Ronge side owns more land in Pascowski, or La Ronge owns more land in Pascowski than Montreal Lake. With these timber claims where it was completed, to my understanding, La Ronge side was a part of Montreal Lake before the timber was taken. And then after the timber was taken is when the land was signed away to Larange. Is that true, or am I just making a fool of myself?
No, that's true. I didn't mention that when I started this slide because I just assumed that you remembered from my previous presentations that there was a time when your reserve was jointly owned with Larange. And that's why this claim is being proceeded with by the two bands together. They both have an interest in what happened at the time. And of course the reserve was split after that, after all of this happened. I think in probably the 50s is when the split occurred. Yeah, so you're not imagining things, that did happen. So we're in the final stage of this process. It will go back to the tribunal for a final hearing. What we're doing right now is Montreal Lake and Larange hired 2 experts that would help us determine what compensation should be paid to the bands, because that's all that's left now. We did everything else. So these experts, they're in the process of finalizing their report. Once we get that report, we'll be in a better position to come and talk to you about it. But Canada's doing the same thing. They're not just gonna lay down and take our word for it. That's what we say this claim is worth and just pay it, right? They're still gonna fight us till the bitter end. And so they've hired their own expert and they're doing their own report. And then we're going to go back to the tribunal for a hearing, and at the end of the day, a judge will determine how much the band should receive. And the compensation will be paid to both bands, because we've proceeded together. And so right now, nothing's happening because we're waiting for those reports to be finalized, but in July, we have to report back to the tribunal on where things are at, and at that time, we could probably book a date for a hearing. So that's the update on the timber claim, unless there's any other questions. Okay, moving on. You may recall that in a previous assembly, I had reported to you that we're working on something called the annuities claim. I always start off this slide by distinguishing the different types of treaty promises that are contained in Treaty 6, because it's important to understand when we're talking about these claims. So for cows and plows, from Canada's perspective, they say that's a one-time treaty benefit. According to Canada, when you signed treaty, you moved onto your reserve and you showed an interest in cultivating the land. They were supposed to give you all of those cows and plows implements that we talked about earlier to help your people convert into an agricultural way of life. In contrast to that, annuities are things that are supposed to be provided to each person or the band annually, in perpetuity, meaning forever. So as part of those annuities, we're talking about ammunition and twine. That's supposed to be provided to the band every year. We're also talking about that, we all just feel rich, eh? At treaty time, we get our $5. We're talking about the $5 that we receive every year, $15 for counselors, $25 for the chief. We're also talking about something else that's often included in these types of claims, and we call that the clothing allowance. So every 3 years or so, your elected leaders receive a check from ISK to get suitable clothing. And so, I mean, of course, that's, it's really paternalistic is what it is, right? So a long time ago, they must have figured that what we would wear, like buckskins and moccasins and all of that, was not suitable. They wanted us to look presentable, especially when we were meeting, and so it was meant to cover things like a suit. So those are the types of things that are generally included in these claims. And the reason why we're pursuing this is basically we know that that $5 that we receive every year is a joke. It does not, it was meant to supplement our lifestyles, to help us when we needed it, to kind of supplement our traditional lifestyle, right? And we all know that that $5 does not go very far today. And it's never changed. It's been $5 since you signed adhesion to treaty. So what we're finding is that all across Canada in different treaty areas, other bands are filing these types of claims. And the purpose is to try to bring that $5 up to today's dollars, what it should really be worth. Canada is currently negotiating with Treaty 8 bands on this very thing. I'm representing a band that's in the thick of negotiations right now. And so, you know, this is meant to be another substantial claim for your nation. There's some ideas about how those monies would be paid, but they look at things like your date of birth, right? And compensation is tied to your date of birth, so older folks would receive a higher compensation, right? Because they were supposed to receive these annuities for a longer period of time. All the money was supposed to be brought up to today's dollars for a longer period of time, so they're more impacted. So it's really, it's an exciting claim, particularly when we hear that the folks over in the east, you may have seen in the media, the Robinson Huron bands. So there's like a bunch of different bands that are collectively known as they're part of the Robinson Huron treaties. And they negotiated a significant settlement at least a year or two ago on this very thing. And so other bands, you know, are getting wind of that and filing their own claims. Some of them in court, some of them before the tribunal. But right now this claim is being researched. We might have to do some more elder interviews to try to supplement some of that research that's being done by Joan Holmes and Associates in terms of what your understanding of treaty was supposed to be. And once we get a report, you know, we will report back to you on the findings, and then we can go from there. Does anyone have any questions about the annuities claim?
When is it going up?
We're working on it. But it's a fairness thing, right? And it just doesn't make any sense that never changed. It's ridiculous. Okay, so let's talk about the Indian Reserve 106, your main reserve, right? We're talking about here. And while we were doing work on these other claims, we did come across some documents that suggested that in the 1950s, there was a timber surrender taken for your main reserve. So that's how Little Red and like the whole timber claim was supposed to be proceeded with, right? When I say Canada didn't follow their own rules, they were supposed to take a proper timber surrender and they were supposed to do it in a certain way. And then they were only allowed to take a certain species of timber and make sure that there was no underreporting going on, that the band was properly paid and compensated. We want to find out if what happened here in Little Red happened on the main reserve. So we're in the research phase, we're investigating this, and we really have nothing more to report on that right now. We have to wait to figure out what the researchers come up with. So it's on our radar, right? We know what happened here. We have reason to believe it could have happened on your main reserve as well.
Can I ask a quick question, even though you can't really report on it? Does Timber Bay have something to do with it? Being so close to the outskirts of the reserve land?
I haven't seen anything about Timber Bay, but of course, it's very early. I'm not gonna say that it doesn't have anything to do with Timber Bay, I'm just kind of neutral on that right now. Yeah. Any questions about this one? Yeah.
Yeah, just a question on the traditional territories of Montreal Lake Nation. When you look at that map that was done a few years back, they identified a great big area where forestry was an issue, hunting, access, traffic access. This would be similar where we're not just saying the 10 square miles you have in Montreal Lake. We're talking about the land that was set aside under treaty so that people could continue their lifestyle, meaning hunting, fishing, trapping, berry picking, whatever. And so, my question is, are we including that as part of the research piece?
No, and the reason for that is the timber claim is, like the rules that I talk about when I talk about the Indian Act rules, the timber regulations that were kind of attached to that, it all pertains to reserve lands only. And so it's a very narrow scope. Not to say that what you're talking about is not important or insignificant, it is. But when we talk about our ancestral lands outside of the reserve, different laws and different considerations come into play. And when we talk about our lifestyle, and we talk about hunting, fishing, trapping, gathering rights, the specific claims process bars us from pursuing any claim that is of an ongoing basis. So if your treaty and Aboriginal and inherent rights are being affected today, they won't consider it in that process. You'd have to go to like the federal court or somewhere else, or, you know, King's Bench for some matters. And it's only because they only deal with historical claims, and historical claims are anything 15 years or older. You know, because we still have hunting, fishing, gathering rights, trapping rights now, they won't look at those under this process. It's more of a duty to consult issue that you're describing.
That's one of the issues that I pull back. I mean, when you look at the timber that's been taken off our traditional territory, we've had so many different companies that have come and raped our forest basically, and nothing ever comes back to the people that were impacted. Is that basically now where they're looking at through the forestry company giving them a little bit back to the community that's affected? But when you look at how many times my trap has been cut out, I've never received a penny for it. So when I'm not talking about myself, in a bigger picture, when you look at the nation and the impacts financially, they should have had their own sulfur. They should have had their own forestry company. They should have all this stuff to make a living on. But it was taken from us through the Natural Transfer Agreement, Natural Resources Transfer Agreement, which natural control with First Nations. And so I'm going back on that issue. I don't know if there's any plans to address this issue down the road. It'll be probably dealt with before, before my time. or asking like that. And so I just raised that issue as something to consider down the road where we are looking at the impact it has had on those people. Because one example is when I use myself, I mean, my trap has been cut out so often, I can't even live enough of it. There's no animals living in there. It's all clear cut. And, you know, if I have to practice what treaty rights gave me, I should have something there that allows me to do that. But, you know, I don't go hunting, I go hunting in the south. And it's no use buying $300 for the trap, and there's nothing to trap. Even for fishing, that lake that I'm on, it's been totally fished up. And I've never once set a net on that, because there is no reason to do that. So I use myself as an example, but I'm sure there's lots of stories, even for the folks in Little Red with the provincial park that we created. A lot of the cabins were burnt out. And it was told, no, we can't practice what you've been practicing all these years. I mean, maybe this isn't the whole, but it should need to be dealt with somewhere down the road. Thank you.
Just a couple things on that. I actually got a similar question yesterday in Prince Albert, kind of off the record. And what I did with that person is I encouraged them to talk to Jason, right? Do you guys have a lands manager? Jason often will receive notifications of various activities on the land. Sometimes the band doesn't. But there may be, you know, part of Jason's role is to try to evaluate who's affected by certain activities that are being proposed in your traditional territories. Sometimes there's room for, you know, compensating individuals in that. And, you know, it's worth just having a chat with Jason about some of those things. And if they need me to bring, the band needs to bring me in for some of that, I can certainly try to help. I just wanted to mention that.
John, in regard to what Lyle said, is this done? Is this a done deal? This timber surrender claim?
It was something that happened in the 50s.
No, but is it a done deal?
No, we're still researching to try to figure out exactly what happened and whether laws were broken and all of that.
Are we going to be taking long-term effects into consideration? Like what you said, you can't be trapped around here anymore. So I'll go somewhere else and trap. Because when they took out the wood, they took out the roots that held the waters in place, so there's probably no more fish in that river for people to eat, so they're eating the Western diet and it's causing them disease where they could have been eating off the land. Those long-term effects need to be considered.
Yeah, I agree. And what you're describing, I'll just spend, because this is kind of a little off topic, I'll spend just a couple minutes talking about this and then we'll probably have to move on. But one of the things that I've talked to the band about is, you know, the law says that when you sign treaty, you were supposed to be allowed to live the way you lived before treaty was entered into. You were supposed to be able to practice your traditional rights. And the law also says that you shouldn't be forced to go down south to go hunting. You should be able to do that in your own territories. So if you're being denied access to areas, your trap lines are being destroyed, the fish is being depleted, your medicinal plants are being destroyed, all of those things, like there's a lot of bands, especially in BC, they're filing claims that look at something called the cumulative impacts on the rights of the nation. And the best way I usually describe what I'm talking about here is, say this piece of paper is your ancestral lands. This is your territorial map, okay? And then you know, a lumber company comes in and they start clear cutting in this corner, then Saskatchewan will say, well, in the grand scheme of things, that has very little impact on you. And they let it proceed. But what a lot of people don't know is that Saskatchewan is granting access and permits and licenses all over your territory. And if you looked at a map of that, it would completely cover your territory, whether you knew they were there or not. And so where do you have left to go to exercise your rights? So we call that death by 1,000 cuts, right? So one little impact here and there in the grand scheme of things may not have a big impact, but if you take the totality of those things, it does have a big impact. And some of those bands, especially in BC, they're filing those types of claims. And I keep mentioning that because it keeps coming up, right? So it is something that you guys can look at. You guys are probably hungry too, so I'm gonna talk fast. We have one more slide to go. Thank you for your patience. So I mentioned at the start of my presentation, I began working for the band in about 2017. And I've conducted a number of elder interviews for different files that I'm working on. And some of the things that I've learned from the elders is that there was actually military activities that were being conducted on your main reserve, in and around your main reserve, I should say. The researcher, you know, took a cursory look at what was happening in the area, and there was all sorts of military bases and training facilities going like in and around your reserve and closer to PA.
was around World War II, right?
Yeah. And some of these elders were saying that literally they heard stories about members being on the lake in a boat, fishing or doing whatever else they were doing, and there were things whizzing by their heads. And they've come to determine that those were either bullets or they were bombs. Very serious stuff. And what I've learned is that in other jurisdictions, this happened as well. And we've learned a few things that have come out of those claims. The first thing being, typically, the band never gave their consent for those activities to be conducted on their lands. The second thing is, it wasn't safe. The third thing is, we don't know if if it wasn't safe back then, is it safe now? That's another thing we don't know, because some of those bands in Alberta, they go and they walk through their reserves and they were finding bombs just still on their lands that could go off at any moment. And so that's a very serious thing. Even though this happened a long time ago, it could still be dangerous today. We don't know. And lastly, we don't know the impact that it's had on the lands. We don't know if it's contaminated the lands and the water. So this is all part of the research that we're doing. We're still doing, we started, I came out to Malinosa last August to do some interviews, and we're going to continue to do some more interviews. And we might have to at some point do some testing on the lands. So it's a huge endeavor. We're in the early stages, but this is another claim that we're looking at. There was a band in Alberta within the last 2 years or so. In that case, they actually gave their consent for Canada to come in, but they didn't realize the extent of what happened or how dangerous they left their lands, what condition they left their lands in. And I think that one settled for over $80 million. So it's on our radar. again, it's one of these works in progress, and as soon as we learn more, we will come and report to you. But the one thing I would add before we close this is if you know of, certain individuals that might have information or have stories on this, we would really like to know, because we're still going through those interviews.
Give every individual metal detectors and we'll find them for you. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's an option, I suppose. Does anyone have any questions about this claim? If not, I will close with that and we'll save, Jason?
Just a question. You spoke about the timber claims for both Montreal Lake and Little Red. Just thinking of some of the earlier questions and comments, is there an opportunity for the nation to pursue a gravel claim? Regardless of who's using the gravel claim, is there an opportunity? I mean, this was, from what I understand, this has been going on for decades. And likely due to ISC or Indian Affairs or whatever they're called today, because of their mismanagement, their decision making, the lack of involving our membership, our nation. Is that opportunity there?
I mean, there is something to look into, right? How we usually go about claims is, we start with a concept, right? And we know that there's something like a legal obligation that is there and breaches that likely occurred. We usually ask the FSIN to fund our research project so that money doesn't come out of the band's programs, right? It doesn't come out of your general funding. We get that money from the FSIN and they are responsible for funding the research. And so we can definitely, with the direction of the chief and council, of course, they provide a BCR to me for me to look into that. I can turn that over to the researcher and we can see what we get back. So that's all I have for today, unless there's any other questions.
Regarding all the settlements, how does it affect children under 18 from then on for future generations? Are they able to decide, because right now legally they do not have consent to decide on any settlements for the future? I'm just wondering how that affects them, say from 2026 then on.
So we're talking about giving consent to settle, or we're talking about access to the money?
For the children to have access to any settlement from here on, before and after 2026 forward.
So if we're talking, for example, about cows and plows, because we don't have any other settlements on the go except the timber claim, right? We don't know how much that one's going to be worth yet. But if we're talking about cows and plows, typically Canada will only provide compensation to whoever's on the banned list at the time of the settlement. So if the band decided, for instance, to pay out all of that money to the membership, and we'll talk about why that's not smart in the future, but if you decided to do that, there is no money for future generations, is there? It's gone forever. So if you did set aside some of that money and invested it and grew it, there is room for that to benefit future generations. So, that's something that you'll need to think very carefully about.
And children or adults with disabilities who do not have a power of attorney or those who do not understand, right? So how do we go about that?
So Gerald is one of those folks on your planning committee that I was referring to earlier. He's talking about, you know, access to money for those who are in care, right? Or who may not have the capacity to deal with things on their own. So if you have, say, a person who has serious dementia, right, and they have they gave a power of attorney to somebody else who would make decisions for them because they no longer understand what they're signing, they no longer understand right from wrong, all of that stuff, right? Similarly, there are children that are in that category and dementia is not the reason, right? Maybe they were born with cognitive disabilities and they're either placed in a home or they have somebody appointed to act on their behalf. So we're going to talk about that. That's a down the road thing when it comes to like what each person is going to receive. But you know, it's just worth mentioning right now that if there's a person that fits that category, the trustees are going to expect the proper legal paperwork in order to access funds on their behalf.
Just so you know, also, it's important for all parents and grandparents. If you have a disability adult or a child, and if you can get them before the age of 18, it'll be a lot easier for you to become power of attorney. After the age of 18, you will have to pay a large fee to the lawyers to become power of attorney. And why I mention this now, because majority of you know my son Jarrett. And we found out the hard way as a parent that we didn't realize after the age of 18, because my son cannot sign the signature or understand what legal documents are, he actually goes back to the government of Canada. That leaves us as the parents we're pushed out. So it's important that you know this information so this does not happen to you or your children or your grandchildren, especially in regards to many claims that are coming or disability dollars that could potentially come to your home to help out. So just be aware of that. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
I want to give a hand for our lawyer. As you can see on the screen, your leadership group, they applied for a grant 4 years ago, and they applied for a grant, and just 2 weeks ago, this bus was delivered. And this is a Montreal Lake Cree Nation bus. Montreal Lake owns that bus. The other thing, I want to tell you a quick story. Peter Valentine Cree Nation bought a bus exactly like this 2 years ago. It's been sitting in PA for 2 years collecting dust. So what Montreal Lake, your leadership group, has done is we signed a lease with PA Northern Bus Lines. They're leasing this bus off Montreal Lake and they're paying us money every month to use the bus. Having said that, if we need to use the bus, if there's an elders trip, a youth trip, a community trip, say, you guys want to go to Vegas or an Oilers game, we have to let PA Northern Bus Lines know we need the bus and we can access the bus. So this is being leased at PA Northern Bus Lines, and it will have the Montreal Lake Cree Nation logo on the bus. another picture there. There's a picture with your leadership group when the bus was delivered, so this bus is at PA Northern Bus Lines.
Yeah, Don,
Yeah.
I guess you could say, I'll be the first to say, we can all go to Vegas.
Mom,
Earl doesn't want to go to Vegas.
mom away.
So I've asked Glenn Halkett, and I know him as Skinny Glenn, to bless the food for us. So if Glenn, you can bless the food, and then we can eat.
Disruption that happens in the school. And you know, look at the healthcare system right now. There's so much cost in providing healthcare because the physical, the mental health, and emotional health is being impacted by the amount of drugs that are happening in our community. And I didn't want to preach about that today. I wanted to explain what we do as an agency, but with that, I'll close it off. I'm prepared to take questions.
I just wanted to say I wanted to emphasize on what you had said as my elder, as my uncle, as my kid's Muslim, as a Tapan. You said there's something worse coming. I have also said and written this as well. If people don't listen to Kisi Mantu or the elders' wisdom and knowledge, something bad is going to come. There was a study done just recently with cocaine in and around Prince Albert area. And in that study, they found that only 10% of the cocaine they tested came back as cocaine. 90% of it is crystal meth, and there's a certain percentage they don't even know what it is. For all these people who think they're snorting coke, could be snorting coffee made from sugar. Just a thought I'd throw out there, because so many people, like myself, I'm no angel. I was doing coke, and I've probably done everything at least once. We often think, well, I'm going to have a good bump of cocaine. Well, really, you're actually a meth head. You're just not smoking it. I just thought there was something to throw out there, because fentanyl is in there too, in that percentage. And thank you very much, Uncle, for your hard work.
All right, well, yes, thank you for your comments. I know that the things that are coming our way is going to affect this community, it's going to affect the officer community and the Montreal Lake Nation and its surrounding communities. The drugs are only going to get worse. More kids are going to come into care. So we got to stop it. That's up to each one of us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Lionel. You said you were going to shorten your presentation. I think you're longer today than you were yesterday. Just to answer to that gentleman's question, I'm going to share a quick story. I worked in the healthcare system in Prince Albert. I was a VP for Human Resources at PA Parkland Health Region for 3 years. So I can tell you guys, there's nurses, we're all human beings. Just because you got a title doesn't mean you're not a human being. There's nurses that we caught stealing narcotics inside Victoria Hospital. We had to put cameras. We had to triple lock some of the narcotics in the hospital that nurses have access to. The thing is, what Lionel said, you can't just fire somebody just because they're using drugs. Even we caught 3 registered nurses stealing drugs. we had to help them with their addictions. You don't just fire somebody. We're all human beings and all of us can fall to addictions at any time. So just keep that in mind. Lionel is right, we're not out to fire people that are using drugs, but we can help them. That's all I wanted to say. Gary Daniels is our CEO for the Montreal Lake Business Ventures, so he's going to give us his presentation. Big hand for Gary. He donated fish derby tickets, so we'll be making a draw later on.
Thank you. Could I please ask everybody to move to the front? Just kidding. Okay, like they mentioned, I'm Gary Daniels and I'm the CEO for Montreal Lake Business Ventures LP. I'm just going to go over some of the stuff that we're currently working on as a group. My board consists of Nolan Henderson as the chair, Irma Murdoch is the board of director, Vern Bashu is the board of director, Eldon Henderson, Councillor Eldon is a secretary of the board, Roger Bird is also part of the board, Chief Joyce is part of the board, Councillor Charmaine Ermine, your local, she's part of the board, and Councillor Jeff Badger, just newly, his first meeting will be in, 22 days? So he's getting excited. He wants a hotel room 2 nights before the meeting. And then Borden Wasiluk, who's an old bank manager, he lives in Canada Lake. He's been on the board here for probably 10, 12 years, so that's my board. Some of the stuff we're working on currently is the, number one is the OSB mill, and it's going to be located on the site of the pulp mill in PA. So we had meetings before Christmas, it sounds good, sounds like construction's going to start in probably May. So it's a $550 million project, and they'll probably need about 150 plus employees for construction. Once it's done, they'll need 650 to 700 employees required for the OSB plant once it opens. And there's about, I think it's about 20 acres that they put aside, and that's where the plant will go. Also dealing with Kakowistahau. Kakowistahau is a band from down south, as you guys all know. But they have 40 acres right by the airport. They just bought it. I think it was for like 40 million bucks they bought it. So they put, FSIN has a huge building on there. They're doing phase 2. They have a gas station, but they're looking at doing some other stuff on there. They want to do a medical clinic and a wellness center, hotel and a conference center, and they want to do some RTM manufacturing there. And so they're looking for partners, so they've asked us. I know a lot of the people from Kakowistahau, just from my old hockey days, so they've asked if we team up with them, so we're looking into that. And they're also looking at opportunities in Prince Albert where they can team up with us there too. Waskesiu, we own about 1/3 of an acre of a lot there right west of the hotel, just up the hill by those fancy condos there. Right by there we own about 1/3 of a lot. So I'm meeting with the Waskesiu people tomorrow, so hopefully I'll know a little more about that tomorrow. We have a website, we just had a redesign. It was completed by 2Web out of Saskatoon, and I believe they did some work for the nation already. And if you want to look, check us out, we're at MontrealLakeBusinessVentures.com or eTown.com. I have to do a yearly report, and I sent it to Chris Lawton from the Saskatchewan government, and they approve us for about $400,000. We get a payment of $200,000 in early December, and then in June again. Anywhere from $150,000 to $200,000 goes back to the nation for training on different programs, so just really a flow through to help the band out. And at any time you guys can ask questions. Don't be scared of me. Just kidding. We also, Montreal Lake owns 5 shares of the Larange Wild Rice, and they have a plant in Larange there, so they do all the harvesting around the Larange area, and then they have a plant right in the city limits there, town limits, and that's where they do all the harvesting, the bagging and everything like that. It hasn't really made any money to date, so I just started with them. We had one meeting, it was about 20 minutes long, so really nothing to report on that. An House store. Roger Bird is currently the interim GM until August 15th. This summer, before that, we had a lady named Gita Smith who was our manager, and the board decided that April 31st they weren't going to extend her contract, so we moved on. For a while we had Sheila Bear and Nikita Bird that were acting managers, and then through that we went through the board. We made Roger the acting interim manager, so he's there now and he's taking control. We've had some growing pains, but that was to be expected because in any industry you're supposed to have where people on top are supposed to train people, so if anything ever happens, people get sick or leave or whatever, somebody could move in. We really didn't have that, so now we're struggling a little, but Roger's come in to kind of settle that all down. So with that, we've updated our HR manual, policies for OHS, labor laws, and a wide array of updated other policies. So going forward with that, and hopefully everything will work out there. Another thing we're working on is Rogers Media. And I don't know the correct name, but it's Rogers Media, the people that own Sportsnet and all of that. They're a $1 billion company. They're proposing to put 4 towers, one in Montreal Lake, one in Weyakwa, one in La Ronge, and one in the Grandmother's Bay. They want to hit the whole northern corridor, so they figure those 4 towers will handle everything going there, probably from north side all the way up. So that's what they're proposing. I mean, the chief and council has asked me to work on an agreement with them. So we have something in place. I'll bring it back to the board, and then what will happen is we'll have a town hall meeting to make sure everybody's aware of what's going on, and everybody will have a say on where the tower actually goes. They've got a couple proposed areas, but it won't be finalized till everybody is involved says, yeah, we're good with that. So that's what's going on with Rogers. So there'll be Wi-Fi, and then if you have a Rogers phone, it'll work out there as well. So just creates a little competition with SaskTel. Like SaskTel for the longest time has been the only player in town, so now this kind of opens it up to Rogers as well. Yep.
Hi, how are you, Uncle?
Good, how are you?
On the moon, Nanto. Would you be the one I'd speak to about what I was speaking of earlier? I don't think you were here. About a possible gravel company. As I'm a roofer, carpentry contractor, and I've worked for a lot of guys who do logging and work up north, who have their own heavy equipment and everything. As to knowing where gravel is on reserve land and being able to dig it up and not only create a revenue from it, but pay the band a percentage of whatever that company makes, would you be the one I'd speak to about something like that?
Quite possibly. Yeah, you could probably speak with me or maybe even Leon. Leon kind of oversees that too, but I'll give you my card on the way out and you can send me some information and I'll get back. We just got out of a concrete and gravel business. It was based out of Shelbrook, and this was before I got in, so we just kind of sold that because the issue with that was aggregate. Aggregate is just gravel. We didn't have any gravel source, and he was going outside. The guy that owned it was paying through the nose for gravel. So,
well,
yep.
that's one thing. This guy I'm speaking of, who would probably be my business partner or anything, he said all you really need to do is go on your land and find an area where there isn't any trees that grow. Trees hardly ever grow there at all, or plant life. Guaranteed there'll be gravel underneath. And there are many places like that here in Peskoskik and in Montreal Lake, and you know, we're always on our knees, hands out begging and pleading, when really we have enough natural resources not only to sustain ourselves, but generate a revenue. Like when we're, if negative, then net debt indicates that you use future revenues to pay for something you already bought. Well, wouldn't our natural resources be those future revenues?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I'm looking for stuff like that all the time. Yeah. And I know, just an example, Sturgeon Lake, they had an assessment done on their gravel, and it's supposed to last for over 100 years. So now they're working with somebody to try, because they've never been able to tie into that to be able to sell it. So now they're working on that. Once they got their cows and plows, they're kind of working on that to make that another source of revenue. But it takes a little bit of money and a little bit of time, and of course, if I have anything, it flows through the board, and the board tells me yes or no which way to go, so.
And like Sean would say, but coming from a better person,
Oh, yeah.
if you're gonna destroy my Mother Earth, you're gonna pay.
I can't say too much about Trump because Rob is president, so that's the Rogers update, and I know you guys are getting Wi-Fi in here, you're getting fiber, so SaskTel is also coming to Montreal Lake, and they'll be doing fiber next year, so you'll have a couple of options there on what you want to do. The chief has asked me to meet the name of Hillcore Group of Companies, and they're based out of Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, and Toronto, so I met them in Calgary. What they do is help First Nations get into business. The one example they have is Ermineskin out in the Hobbema area. They have 3 businesses that are based out of Edmonton. They're all in the oil field business, but they have a lot of different companies they deal with, and they're always looking for partners. And they also have a forestry division, so which is good for us to look into. Manitoba mucklucks, it's kind of been on a little bit of a slide, and it's getting a little better. But, yeah.
Can I go back to the media people?
Yeah.
If they want to move if they want to move and do their business with the territory, without membership, are they allowing the membership to buy shares, or do they allow that?
We can ask at the town hall meeting for sure. Yeah. And why we think they want to go on First Nations, because SaskTel has a monopoly on every tower in Saskatchewan. So I think they figured it out, and they're $1 billion company. If we go on reserve, because they're going to go on reserve, they can get away from that monopoly. So that's why they want to deal with us, and they're being pretty good with us so far. So I imagine if somebody brought that up at the town hall, that they would answer that right away, because they're going to have all their people there to make the presentation. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it
Good.
going? Carol Valentine. So, I'm glad you brought up the media part in regards to the northern part. We haven't noticed already, you got no signal in here whatsoever.
Yeah.
Right? So what I did 4 years ago, I actually called SaskTel to inquire a tower here in Little Red. And it got really technical with SaskTel and I. We had a huge discussion in regards to territory, municipality, as well as taxes and non-taxes on reserve. At the end of the day, Joyce and I actually had a talk about this, because I was the one who brought this up to her. Trying to get a tower here on Little Red due to the fact for emergency situations. So if we go down towards my house or anywhere down the river, there's absolutely no cell service whatsoever.
In the valley.
In addition, because we don't have the luxuries of farmers or municipality in regards to cell phone services, I know Chief and I had talked about that, that something like that's a luxury, as they would call it. Does this, what you're talking about, can that eliminate that here on Little Red if we should be requesting? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly how far we are to where the tower's going to be based. I think they were saying anywhere from 60 to 70 kilometers would cover the whole area. Yeah. And that's why they only need 4 going north. Yeah. But you guys are getting SaskTel fiber, right? So once you're hardwired in, you'll have no issues with
They're looking at it for 2029, 2030.
Okay, because we were told it's supposed to happen either next year or even this year.
They were supposed to do it last year.
Yeah.
Actually, I haven't done that.
Okay.
Because that fiber optic line runs just right back here, right?
I'd like to find out, because I know some guys from South Town, and see where it is on the queue, because they told me too, it was supposed to happen this year, but it's usually towards, just before spring when they start.
Yeah. So my concern right now, as is the communication to the outside world in regards to this little, right? For many, many years, right up until this date, we are looking for a better system or an additional system in regards to cell service, right? This, going back to here last spring, we had lost one of our youth to suicide. In order for us to communicate with each other, because I'm a volunteer to the emergency, I can't remember what it is. But we have to literally go out to the city, buy small walkie-talkies, just for our community in Little Red, to communicate with our search team, right? Here in Little Red, today, we still have to send someone to the road over here to meet the ambulance.
We're still using smoke signals.
We're still using smoke signals. But if you're a company for the Montreal Lake BNB, whatever, are you able to try and help us out in regards to that? If you have connection with Rogers, what are the different venues that we can pick off of that?
Yeah.
Right? So.
Yeah, and those are all good questions, and at the town hall, we can hammer with all these questions for different assistance that they can help us. But one thing too is maybe your emergency team, or you have a couple of satellite phones in the, or the satellite phones not work here either. No?
No, the satellite phones work.
Yeah.
It's just that,
Keeping track of them?
does the band have the money for such stuff like that?
Well, satellite phones are roughly $400.
I don't have $400.
No, I know.
I'm just a volunteer.
But if you had some for your emergency team, for the chief and council, there's pretty different groups, so if there's ever a real emergency, you at least have that.
Yeah, we do have real emergencies, and the fact that
I mean, that's one thing we did, Rogers, can we, part of that is, can we get some, we have nothing on our other committee, can we get some satellite phones for these?
Yeah. Just look for a lot in regards to that.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Vice Chief?
I just have a question. So, if you have a Rogers phone, do you get good reception with a Rogers cell from here? Because they have a tower somewhere around Christopher Lake. Rogers is no good either here?
Majority of Little Red are SaskTel providers. There is a few that do hold a Rogers cell phone, but I don't even know who they are, and I don't know if they have good signal.
Deal with SaskTel to utilize all their towers as well.
So they're connected.
So they are connected, but they are through SaskTel's towers.
Yeah. They piggyback.
It's still going to be anything there. Is your service good?
What about flip phones? Do they work out here? Because I know a lot of, like I'm from Mississauga, and a lot of the older guys, they still use flip phones because we don't have the best cell service up there either, right?
Yeah.
So they resorted back to flip phones. So.
Technology yet?
Yeah. And as far as like, yeah, I totally understand about the ambulance. Like I said, I grew up in Misty. Our closest ambulance was Blaine Lake or Shellbrook, 40 minutes away. So a lot of times, by the time they get out there, it's it used to be way too late for like uncles, cousins, whatever. They passed away before the ambulance got there. So I understand about that. Understand about connectivity and being able to get a response right away. So,
Another guy with a shoe.
Yep.
Very quickly, we, through the agency, met with, I think it's called Beaver River. It's the First Nations owned satellite service. And what they do is they will actually come and set a tower in the best spot in your community, and your coverage is 5 hours. And for every user, if a man wants, like for myself, we had a tower, let's say, where the old fire tower was at Bitter Lake Road, which is the height of land. I would pay so much a month for that service. They take that money and then pay for the service that they get. So they were, I think we were thinking of 3 towers, one around 2 Montreal Lake, which would have cost the agency $600,000. The agency doesn't have $600,000 to put it in, and we were not allowed through CHRT to put that proposal in at that time. Things got back a little bit, so it might be an opportunity to even look at that program.
Okay. That's another good way to do it, yep. Any other questions on Rogers? The other one, Manitoba Mucklucks, like I said, they've had a downturn, but they're not the only ones in the shoe industry or the clothing industry that are going through this issue. They had a strong December, but they're coming back up. We own roughly 6.8% of Manitoba Mucklucks. They were currently owned by, 2 years ago, they were owned by a guy out of Winnipeg. He sold all his shares, or majority of his shares, to a group out of Los Angeles. So Manitoba Mucklucks is now based out of Los Angeles, California, and yeah, hopefully they can turn it around. Their CEO we just hired probably about a year ago. She has her MBA from Harvard, so we're hoping she can turn it around. Sagawa Ski, they oversee the PA Forest Management Agreement and Association, so we're part of that. And, we just sit in on the meetings. They do everything for the forestry around PA. We're also meeting with SIT and SAS Polytechnic in regards to the OSB plant to provide training for not only for the construction side, but for when the plant opens, different trainings to help you get in there and you get your foot in the door there. So we met with Kitsaki. Kitsaki has purchased a software program called Plato, and they're doing training right across the casino. They take 20 students at a time, and what it is it's a technology service provider. So they teach you everything about computers and setting up, coding and all of that. And then a lot of these students go on to big companies like Bell, Rogers and stuff like that, so it's a pretty good thing. I think it's 3 months worth of training in classroom, and it's right across the casino. So we're looking into that, into buying into that. So once we buy into that, it'll be a better rate for the band members. Dividends this year, we got $45,000 from PADC, Manitoba Mucklucks through Sean McCormick, who used to be the old owner. When they did the sale, Manitoba Mucklucks parent company didn't want everything Sean McCormick had, so we own roughly 4% of 2 plants in Vietnam. So from there we got $18,605. And then from the parent company we got $20,000 last year. Another thing to tie into the OSB, we have a band member from Montreal Lake called Mervyn Morgan. I was at the casino for 18 years at Dakota Dunes, and he was one of my security supervisors, so I've asked him to kind of set up the whole security program, because once security starts at the OSB plant, we need a security team in place, so he's going to oversee that and help us with that, so that's on the go. SaskTel, and this deals with fiber. As I mentioned, I thought you guys were getting fiber this year, but it doesn't sound like it. So I met with Darcy Tourangeau, and he's the Indigenous Supplier Development. So he wanted us to team up with different companies that are going to come and do the work, the digging and everything like that, and partner up with them and get some kind of money out of them, that because they're making it off the reserve, well, not off the reserve, but off the province, but on reserve. So that's who I've been dealing with, and dealing with different companies around PA to see if they'd be interested in signing into an agreement. First Nations Bank, we had a couple of board members that wanted me to look into this. They have 13% of their shares for purchase. When I looked into it, they're roughly $780,000 a share, and they only sell one share and up. So you'd need about 780 grand just to get into this field. So I let the board know. Ambulance update, like I said, Onion Lake has either 3 or 4 ambulance, and I just spoke with Jason, the guy from NNP that did the presentation, and he worked with Onion Lake on this. So he said if you need to chat, so I'm going to chat with him and see how we can do it and if there's a way to get it done. But like he said, there's agreements that need to be done with the province where the province won't just give it to you. And there are ambulance associations around the reserve, like Onion Lake too. They got ambulance associations around. They're tough to deal with, and they don't want to give up that right. So it's all about just hammering on them and trying to get something through that. Next one, the Abbeytown House update. We were looking at putting a gas bar or just a card lock in there, but there's real legal implication with Co-op and UFA setting up on leased crown lands. So we're trying to look for a different way, but a couple of weeks ago I heard the band is looking into it, so I'll talk to the chief, I guess, to see which entity they want to look into it. Another opportunity that came up was, any questions? Sorry, I'm not even... Okay, the next one is Belle Plaine Refinery, and they're based out of Belle Plaine, Sask, and it's Eagles Ledge Energy Limited, and they're about a half hour west of Moose Jaw. What they're opening up is a $427 million oil company. What they do is they produce 30,000 barrels per day to process light, sweet crude, sourced primarily from the Bakken, which is in Estevan and North Dakota, and the Viking, which is just across on the Alberta side and the Saskatchewan side. So they get their oil from there, their crude oil from there, and then they put it through this, and then they sell it. So it's a big thing, but right now, Saskatchewan has a program. It's a loan guarantee program, and they had it in Alberta, and they had 15 bands. They all went 5 together, and they all went in through this loan guarantee program, and they bought into 3 different pipelines. So it's just the same thing moved over to Saskatchewan, and now it gives us an opportunity. And I know 5 bands in the south just went teamed up with somebody on a solar project. So it's actually a pretty good program, so hopefully we can get something, even a small partnership or a small ownership in that. Another thing we're looking at is TR Petroleum. Travis Gould, who is originally from Big River, he owns TR Petroleum, and they have gas stations all over, but what they do is they deliver fuel all over in northern Saskatchewan. They actually deliver to Montreal Lake. I'm not sure about you guys, but they deliver there, and he's putting it up for sale. He wants to retire, and he's looking to sell 50 to 55%. So we're just waiting on the valuation of the company for that, and we'll take a look and see how that works for us. Because they deal with the majority First Nations, and he has a son that owns Polar Ice, and they do southern Saskatchewan. So it's kind of it's a pretty good deal, and they just built a new office in Saskatoon. We're also currently looking at a couple of gas stations, and you guys know, but I can't say the names, and they're locally. We're looking at them, but we have to keep that hush-hush because they don't want anybody to know. So, Radium Technologies, they're based out of Calgary, and what they do is above-ground construction at mines. Right now they're in Rocanville, which is a potash mine, but they're getting into 3 or 4 more potash mines and some uranium mines up north here. So they're looking for a First Nation partner, and we're looking at signing up with them, and then that will provide employment for band members, so which will be helpful.
I know I should wait until you're done speaking,
I
but
got two more, you wanna wait? No, just kidding.
out of all the partnerships we're looking at or even considering,
Yeah,
we as Piago Nido at Pakisano First Nations in the West, I don't know if I said that right or not, Piago Nido at Pakisano, do we have any partnerships coming up in the near future as to recycling? Like say, look at what Sturgeon Lake did with Sarcan, or starting our own plastic recycling plants, incinerators, things like that for our non-biodegradables. Have we even considered doing any of this yet?
well, there was one that was supposed to go in PA and then it's kind of stalled out. So we were looking into that one. They were doing everything like you just talked about. So and they had a bunch of First Nations involved in that, but it's kind of stalled out, so.
If you imagine the Sunias generated, if we built incinerators for non-biodegradables that blow out clean smoke out of the stacks, I'm pretty sure the whole world would probably be sending us their non-biodegradables to burn. Just an idea thrown out there, but not just Montreal Lake, but all First Nations, or even any government for that matter.
Okay.
I thought about that, what he's talking about, recycling, at the old Apito House site, but the block I ran into was it needs an environmental cleanup. Because that would be perfect place for Sarcan because it's between Larange and PA. And there's communities that don't want to go all the way to those other places when they could just come there.
Yeah. It's a good idea, but there's only 5 acres. You see where it's kind of cleared there? It's really only about 5 acres there. And you do need, it needs to be cleaned up, and that could be anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000 just to clean the lot. And that's the issue we're coming in with Co-op and UFA, because they're asking for environmental and everything like that. I thought you said you were done.
I know this is totally off topic and probably get a lot of eyes rolling, but I had a dream of cleaning a dump. Everything we send to our dumps is recyclable, and if it's not recyclable, it's incineratable. It's just, as business ventures go, you would think in terms of the money we could make and the jobs it could create, we would be thinking about recycling more than gas and oil. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Oh, that's another good idea. And people are always looking at remediation. There you go. And the other things we worked on is the investment policy. We revamped that. It was done in April of last year. And strategic plan, we did that. We've updated that and all of that. One of the last things I'm working on right now is we have 200,000 cubic meters of softwood, which the agreement ends in 2 years. So it usually opens up about 18 months before the end. So I'm working with Carrier on that, and then we'll probably put a tender out and see what other lumber companies are interested in it, because the current lease we're in is pretty, we didn't get very much, is how I'll say it. So going forward, we're trying to get the most bang for the buck on this 200,000 cubic meters, because it's always sought after and we need to get the best price for it. Then we have 40,000 cubic meters of hardwood, but that one's signed into an agreement for 5 years, so that's good for a while. And that is it. Any questions? We also gave, is it 1 or 2 for here? Two fish derby tickets. So you're going to do the draw now, or are you going to do it later? Yep.
In regard to the meat processing plant, were you guys involved? Montreal Lake Business? Yeah, there's a blue building over here. It was supposed to be for processing the cows that ran away.
I've only been here 3 years, so I don't know. Chief, do you know anything about that processing plant? I don't want to put you on the spot.
I don't know, I think I heard a little bit about it, but I don't know. I wasn't, the vice chief knows.
Okay.
No. Gary.
No, we don't, haven't heard anything, but I'm still around next year. I'll have an update. Yeah. About how many years? Yeah, no, I didn't hear 3 years, and that's the first time I've ever heard of it. But I can look at all the old paperwork and see if anything. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I will look into it and see what I can find out. Anybody else? Roger, any questions? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Most big purchases like that, they're insured, so we should get some money back for those lost cows.
Yeah.
At least those cows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many cows or how many head?
I don't know. Somebody's got to know. The people that were being trained have to know, because the training was partly done here and part of it in Lloydminster, I believe.
Okay. Okay, I'll take a look into the old paper. Go ahead, sir.
The comment for the blue building, they did have a lead crossing sometime maybe 8 years ago, and it kind of diminished. Nothing went after that.
Yeah.
But now Public Works has the blue building, and that we're using that storage for our, like our front end loader or grader.
So is it earning any money?
No, it's just a storage.
Local stuff?
Yeah. See that processing plant, it kind of just dwindled on, just disappeared.
Oh, okay.
I can see that.
Since we're on the topic, we as individual band members, are we allowed to see the proposals set forth? And as to who writes them or where they come from, or when proposals are sent to the government, is it sent as a whole? As a Montreal Lake entity, whether it's coming from Little Red or not? Because my understanding of what was supposed to be a Raptor plant, the money was given for a Raptor plant and jobs were supposed to be generated. We were supposed to start selling Raptors to co-op and so on and so forth. I was here at the meeting when that was okay to write a proposal for it. But what my question is, out of all the proposals that we received money for but didn't follow through, are we as individual band members allowed to privy to that knowledge, or is that confidential?
No, I think it's open to anybody, but as far as proposals, like I don't do very many proposals. People approach us and then we go from there. There's no real proposals done for there. Like the only one I do is the report to the province of Saskatchewan, but that's just a report, a yearly report.
Well, to my understanding, a proposal was sent to the government to build that blue building, and it was supposed to become a business, and it fell through. So, and not only that, there were, as far as I know, there was proposals sent forth either from Little Red or from Montreal Lake to the government to clean our dump, and Montreal Lake's dump went tip-top shape, and ours just about got shut down. And I'm not saying we should be getting this or that or anything, but we're all one entity. We're all one Montreal Lake Cree Nation. So, you know, there's so many proposals sent forth and so much money that comes in from those proposals, and then we as individuals were left gossiping as to what happened to the Sunias.
Yeah.
And you know, we come to these band assemblies to find out those answers. And every time we come to a decent question, we're either met with I don't know or wait till next time. No, I'm just wondering, how much money was actually given to build that blue building or a Raptor plant, and who was responsible for it falling through? Because it certainly isn't the people that got that money in the first place.
I hear you and I understand how you're feeling, but I just started 3 years ago, and that's the first I've ever heard of the blue building. But I got about 50 boxes in an office in PA. I'll kind of sift through them and see if I can find out how that all started, and I don't know how many years ago it was, so I have to go by each from box to box. There's nothing on computer or nothing, it's all in boxes.
In terms of politics, it's Montreal Lake, and then Montreal, oh, it's Little Red, or it's Timber Bay. We're always pointing fingers at each other when we just want decent answers, and we don't want to do it disrespectfully or make anybody look bad, because you're all doing an awesome job, each and every one of you. Even if you have made mistakes, it doesn't matter, that's how we learn. It's just, when we come to these band assemblies, we want answers to our questions, not keep coming every year in hopes our question from 10 years ago was answered. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just going back to the question, and I guess I just want to stress, this is why it's important that we have band meetings consistently, so things are not forgotten. You know, going back to the blue building, I was in council at the time, for Little Red. I was actually sitting board member for South Beach Homes, and that blue building was a proposal through South Beach Homes. And we all know where South Beach Homes went. And even as a board member, I didn't even know what was going on.
Also, there was a proposal to a private business. It wasn't a
It was
proposal.
supposed to be a business development proposal.
Okay.
Yeah, so where those proposals were geared towards, I don't remember those. But as far as the Raptor plant, that fell through. It didn't complete. Going back to the meat processing plant, I wasn't involved in. I know there was plans to build a meat processing plant. Cows were purchased. Cows disappeared. So Little Red got their cows, but now they need their cows. No, but on a serious note, yeah, no, it's even those plans fell through. I mean, we don't know where the money went for the meat processing plant. We all know we were dealing with a lot of hardships during that time. So, you know, we can only imagine what happened. So you know, there was a lot of heated band meetings at the time, and you know, now we need to try and stay on track with consistent meetings and information.
I don't know, Joey's. Forgive me, Uncle. The only reason I ask is because the only way we're going to fix our mistakes in the past is if we understand the mistakes that were made. And the more we hide our mistakes, the more we're going to keep making the same ones. But if we're open and honest and say, you know what, I messed up, or we did something wrong, you know, and then we can fix the problem and things get better as we move going forward. That's why I ask these questions. I don't mean any disrespect to anybody.
Absolutely, it's all part of capacity development within a nation. I mean, we have to ask questions, right? We have to learn. What you're going to learn when Jason and do the land code, when it comes to developing a business on reserve, it's very hard to go to the bank and get a loan for a business on reserve. But with the land code, once it's approved, that's going to open the door for anyone to go after a loan to start up a business.
I just want to make a comment in regards to some of your questions. I think one mistake that I think all of us should have learned, and I know I've learned, is not to hire another Mark D'Amato. That's the biggest mistake that we made.
Okay, oh, one more question?
We're going into? The partnerships we're going into?
Yeah.
Did you say one of them is for solar panels?
No, it's just an example of the Indigenous program. 5 First Nations in the south went to a company who were doing solar panels in the south. Solar panels and wind.
Could we get into that?
They're saying Northern Saskatchewan is pretty tough for that kind of market because we don't have the sun or...
Yeah, but we could produce that.
Yeah. But we're always looking for opportunities like that, yeah. Yeah, that I'm not sure. Because there's 2 parts. There's economic development and there's MLDD. They might have it under their...
We just bought a brand new rock crusher, not brand new, but new to us. There is a rock crusher in Montreal Lake. We just picked it up in October or November, so we do have a crusher in Montreal Lake. We just, and we got some people trained for it. And then winter came, right? So we're going to be using it to make some gravel for our roads too. So we do have a crusher.
It's a moneymaker. Gravel. Everybody needs gravel. Like they're building roads all over Canada. They need gravel.
Jason?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Well, Roger made a good point, first of all. Also, he made an excellent point. If we're going to get into business, let's not repeat these mistakes. Let's learn from them. So, and I guess that's why Gary's up here making that report now. It's not cheap in council running a business, trying to set up a business and start a business. We've separated that. The council has separated that. Now Gary is the one looking after our business interests. So hopefully it streamlines. We don't put the band in any liability, any extra costs, wasting time, training money, and things like that. So hopefully Gary will start to get comfortable in his role. And again, the business decisions will be left to the business people now. The people have lost enough money in training dollars so far. So, big thanks. Good luck today.
Thank you. Any other questions? One more.
I'm an alcoholic. I just wanted to know what you No, but for real though, like, what do you call, like say if I was interested in making a business proposal, and I've done them in the past, but it's been a while, would you be the person to talk to approach, or who would it be to talk about a business proposal? I'm not sure if you
Like, I'd be willing to help, and I know Leon's here too. He could probably help you on the same thing. Yeah, because applying for an ISC takes a little bit of work, but I've done that before, so I can help in that way. I'll give you my card on the way out. But I'm not giving you mine. You'll be calling me all night. Thank you very much. That's it.
Big hand there for Gary Daniels, CEO for Montreal Lake Business Ventures. I'm going to tell you something, and especially Roger, I am no Mark D'Amato. And the other thing I'm going to tell you guys is, I've heard stories, and you guys probably know the stories, that your band was in third-party management, I don't know how many years ago, but, and I'm not taking any credit because your leadership has done a really good job, and we're not even close to being third-party management. We've been managing on our own, and we also qualified for a 10-year grant because our finances are so good. So that's good leadership.
Doing such a good job, seeing the deficit on our finance papers, or these that are handed out. You know, 600,000 last year and 300,000 this year, that's nothing compared to the numbers we had before. We were in deficit 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, owing co-op 2, 3 million, you know. You guys are doing an awesome job and you deserve a lot more credit than you're given. Wasagi tini ke cheo ke magana.
Big hand for leadership. Okay, we're going to make a draw here. Like I said, Gary donated 2 fish derby tickets. So we'll make a draw and get your tickets out. And you have to be here to win. 3, 7, 8. You got a fish derby ticket right there. Maris, go see Judy in the back. Go see Judy. Another fish derby ticket. 3, 5, 8. 3, 5, 8. 3, 5, 8. Going once, going twice. Just wait. Don't see Judy in the back there. I got a $50 MasterCard here, so if you have a ticket 333, you got a $50 card. 333. Nobody? 333. Redraw. 360. 360. Nobody? How about 352? Oh, it's Fonzie over here. Another $50 MasterCard, 340. 340. Nobody? Going once, twice, redraw. 379.
Yes!
Another, no, you speak too long. Another $50 gift card, 362. I must have been close. One number away. 362. No winner. How about 353? 353. Where? Oh wait, we got one there. $50 gift MasterCard. $375. $50 MasterCard. We got some more of these MasterCards, so stay tuned. Okay, he's donating his to an elder. Leon Sorensen, you're on the floor.
to the ACDEP program for Montreal Lake Cree Nation. Been here for 18 months. Previously worked at Molson Lake, Patrick Lake, for 6 years. Economic there. So I'm talking quiet, that's why. With ACDEP, we introduced an advisory committee. It's made up of members from Montreal Lake, Little Red, and Urban. We have 3 councillors from each sector also, which is Troy Nadal from Montreal Lake, Alyssa Helper with Little Red, and Jeff Badger with Urban. This year we started, or last year we started a chain link fencing division, and the reason we did that because there's a high demand for it in our communities and elsewhere. We have seen that this work has been outsourced in the past, so we decided to make it part of our division to keep therapy in-house. We've had a very successful year, so we're looking at expanding this year, which is great. So far we have 3 workers returning in the spring here, but we will be needing another 5 additional workers, and we're hoping Little Red will fill in 4 of those spots for us, because of course the Little Red is part of our community too. So, and we will be posting those jobs shortly too. And other than that, that's the only division we have open at this time, and we're going to concentrate on excelling in that and expanding in the future. So if there's any other questions, if anybody has any questions, just do them now, I guess. Good?
It sounds like a learning process, and you're doing a good job.
It is a learning process. Thank you very much. Our first one, if you could tell. No, and we're, back then, we're going to try and be more self-sufficient for the communities, because right now we're outsourcing too much work, where our own members can do it in our own communities. Yeah, and I have to thank all the other program managers, and Chief of Council and band managers have been really supportive with ACDEP. They've had a lot of obstacles to overcome, and they're doing a great job of helping with us. So. And the only other thing I want to add is ACDEP, we don't have a set budget. We have to apply for funding. We get it from PAGC, we get it from MLDB, and also Chief of Council. So any money that we generate is how we're able to hire employees and move forward to other projects and keep this one going. So that's about it for me. Any questions at all? Troy, you have anything to add?
I'm going to use this thing here. Thank you, everyone. I know I did the opening comments this morning. First off, I'd like to thank the elders for the opening prayer this morning. I was late, not because I slept in. I had 2 emergencies on reserve. Leon's doing a very good job. I recently just got the economic development program maybe a year and a half ago when Leon started. So we were kind of in the red. We're almost break even now. At first they were starting to build cabins. We kind of shied away from that. We started building sheds. We're kind of getting into the fence business now, chain link fence, mostly with JP. You can do his applications with Jordan Principal. You see the chain link fence all over Montreal Lake right here. So most of that is ours, and we're doing pretty good. We want to expand to kind of Prince Albert and Saskatoon to start that chain link business to keep growing and building. One of the new projects we want to start working on is Halfway House. The CEO there mentioned it. We do have a lease there. So economic development, our next meeting is February 4th. So we're gonna see if we can tackle it. I know the ones that built Creeland on 17th
King Street there in Prince Albert. The ones that helped build that, I'm actually gonna bring them to the meeting to help us. But we'll use our business ventures to help us as well to get everything going, to bring that halfway house back up to par. If we can, that'll create jobs and revenue for our program. And it's, I remember being there when I was a little kid. They used to have a restaurant there, little cabins in the back, and I was just a boy. Still am a boy sometimes, but it's, my mom used to work there, so kind of bring that back. We do have the lease there, I do believe, for another 64 years. So we have the lease. We should jump on it before another store goes across the street. So trying to be proactive.
I think it's an awesome idea. The guy I was talking about, the one with heavy equipment that I might or may not enter into a business with, he works up north. He's a logger, but he's also a heavy equipment operator. And he said that halfway house is probably the best money maker because loggers and truckers are constantly going up north, and that's one of the main highways. So if you were to utilize that halfway house or that lease, I believe you'd be doing so much good.
Yeah.
Not just for us as a Munchaw Lake, as a band, as a people, but as the province in general.
Yeah, that's a great one. That's a great to get back up and going. I know we can use a car lock in the back. I don't know if it's a Petro or a Co-op or a TP one, but we can always, this is where we have to bring our team together, be on the same page, because if you have economic development trying it, you have a Munchaw Lake business venture trying it, right? That doesn't make sense. Us trying to fight for the same thing, we got to partner up, and we all work for the same members, and we all have the same goal there. It's to build revenue for the communities.
Thank you to Leon and Troy, Councilor Troy. Next, I'm going to call up.
Postings regarding the opening spaces available. Head Start, we have 6 children enrolled, and funding is based on the program, not the enrollment. We have been doing parent engagements, parent cupcakes, cookies, other baking, and we will be offering ribbon skirt making and some beading. And when parents can't make it, the packages are sent home with all the baking needs and arts and crafts for children reading material. This is part of parent engagement. Programs working for the summer ECE 6-week orientation level 1 with instructor coming to Little Red to get more people interested in working at the daycare. More training for staff. All staff need to have a CPIC and first aid, WMS, safe food handling, and we'll be updating all staff in the next 2 months. PHEC still doing the monitors for the center, and Michelle Johnson has stopped in and visited and discussed the renovation that still need to be done, and also the programming. We have completed a lot of work to date, purchased new playground equipment, new furniture, new fencing, and a door alarm. A van for Head Start, looking to purchase a new van, and also for daycare. I have also contacted the school regarding students who have their babysitting certificates to come help after school programs. This should create employment for the youth, and staff would be with the students at all times. This concludes my report. Thank you, Tinagay Wanda Helmetsburg. Any questions? Tinagay.
Thank you to Charmaine, Councillor for Little Red. Next, I want to call on Jason and his team there to come and do a report on lands.
to be here and ask one if he's 18, and for our dinner, our lunch. Thank you for everybody being here today. To our elder who gave us our prayer this morning, Dean, you can ask one for our lunch as well. I have two guys here today here with me. Dean Bear, who's from the First Nations Resource Center, and he's going to help me a little bit with our land, talking about our land code. I know there was a few questions here about our land code, our land and our gravel, our resources, land codes, so we'll try to get to those. Also have Alvin DeLauro here, who's going to talk a little bit about the Montanosa project. So I'll get going on that. So I guess for those of you that don't know, we've set aside May 15th for our date to vote on a land code. We just recently drafted a land code, and again, that was completed by the governance committee. Latonya was here earlier, so she works with the governance committee. So they spent a few years drafting that. We were slowed down by the pandemic, phase 1, phase 2. But basically what our land code is going to do is address some of those concerns we've had today. We've talked about home ownership, business, resources, land and resources. So those are our land code will give us those benefits. As it is now, everything is decided by ISC, Indian Affairs, or whatever you want to call them. So basically, our land code, what it does is it protects our treaty rights. It protects our land from expropriation, so nobody can just come in and take our land, build a road, or whatever it is they want to do. It sets up our own laws, to develop our own laws on our land, our forestry lands, our farmlands, gravel, resources, everything. As it is now, we don't have control, we don't have a say on those. We'll have both, for both communities, Montreal Lake and Little Red, you will have your own land person here. You will be a part of that committee, that group that will decide those laws. So for this, there's over 255 bands across Canada who have signed on to that, but only 122 have approved it. So on May 15th, we're going to be setting up our vote date, a date to vote yes or no if we want to control and run our own land affairs. But in between then, we're going to have community meetings, so we'll have our own community meeting here in Little Red as well, and we'll discuss that, we'll talk about that, we'll ask all those questions, we'll have the land code here, and it's a really thick document, maybe 58 pages, 59. But we have to go through it, we have to understand it, read it, because it's ours. It's not just our document, it's our land. So it's important that we have those community meetings and discuss those things. There was a question about, okay, well, thank you. You just walked in, you reminded me. I'm going to forgive you before you ask me. So. A little while ago, you just asked about the landfill in Montreal Lake and the one in Little Red. We just recently completed an environmental site assessment for both communities, and there was money left over in that. So all of that money has gone to the Little Red transfer station. So that's going to be complete fairly soon. That money's been put into a project account, so that's earmarked and dedicated for Little Red transfer station. We don't have a transfer station in Montreal Lake, we just have a landfill. Hopefully we can get a transfer station down the road. There was another question or a comment, I think that was about businesses. Part of the problem we have, we're not able to get a business going, people, individuals, is because we don't have land leases. Right now, once we get our own land code, we're able to get that. You've seen a lot of people are going to be getting money. People are renovating their own homes, they're buying property. Under a land code, you're going to be able to build your own house, get your own loan, get your own mortgage. And the most beautiful thing about it is you're going to be able to pass it down to your kids, your own property with value. So a land code can bring out, that kind of instrument can help bring us benefits. A business, same thing. You will be able to get your own business plan, go to the bank, get your own land lease, and set up your own bank loan. Again, right now as it is, you've got to go through a million hoops, red tape, just to even get to a VCR. So a lot of that will be cut out. Again, it'll come from our community, our committees, your own community, and as well as Montreal Lake. But the most important thing, I guess, is it's here in Little Red, it's your land. You don't need to be the Italy. You make the laws, you make the rules, regulations on what comes in, what goes out. A big concern about the gravel issue, that's been there forever, well, from what I'm told. Again, it's not our community, our leaders that are responsible. It's ISC, Indian Affairs, that have been neglectful. We'll just take a minute break here just to make sure everything's good and the floor clean. Yeah. Steve had a little fall, he tripped, it wasn't nothing serious, but he's going to go through. We have Ray here to check on him, so we'll make sure he's okay. Probably not going to get any questions now. Okay, no, we got a question here.
Couldn't forgive me. It's not really a question. It's I was just explaining this outside Kaskapatio Brown Kistimo. Paskowski, I never knew, I've grown up here my entire life and I wasn't given the proper translation because we all speak English as our first language, but my understanding of Paskowski is where the woods meets the plains, and that meets on all levels, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. Because we used to trade in these lands, Kayas, Eastamic, long before the reuniting. And the Cree people have always been from the East Coast to the West Coast. But this area, I believe, is where the Woods Cree met the Plains Cree, and we traded what the Plains Cree traded with other nations. That's what I believe Paskowski means. And this is and always will be Montreal Lake. It's just a different community. When we talk about the terms, it almost sounds like we're trying to separate our communities, and that's not the case. I'm just trying to remember my language and what Paskowski means.
Good point. I think we're very lucky, fortunate. We're very unique. We have one community from the north, the forest, the bush culture. We have another community in the south, the prairie Cree culture. Both the northern, the modern, and the traditional culture. We're very unique in our community, so I'm very proud of that, as you are. So I just want to call up Dean Bear, just to add a couple of things. I know there was a couple of questions on businesses, housing, owning your own home, but just to maybe he could better explain how you can take advantage of those and the meetings we have coming up. So just before he does, I've been working with Bonds, I've been working with Bonds, I'm not sure where he is. but there it is. But we're going to be setting up information on the app, Montreal Lake app. So if you haven't gotten the app yet on your phone, please get it. And again, so I'll just ask Dean to take over.
Hi, good afternoon again. My name is Dean Bear. I'm with the First Nation Land Management Resource Center, and I'm a member of Muscoda First Nation. And my community has enacted a land code. It's been 25 years now. And one of the things about the land code, it eliminates ISC from the day-to-day management of lands on your reserve. So there's 44 sections of the Indian Act that once the community approves this, basically they're ripped up, they're burned, they get thrown out the door. Montreal Lake has nothing to do with ISC when it comes to land. And one of the things you're able to do, and Jason was talking about this with regard to people being able to have home ownership. You can get a lease from the First Nation itself. You can take that to the bank and you can borrow against it. People in my community have been doing this for a number of years. People at Whitecap have been doing this now. They're a land code. They were land code. They've gone full self-government now. But there are other communities like this where you're able to work outside those constraints of the Indian Act. And that's what they are. They're constraints that have been imposed on us ever since the signing of treaty. People have to look at it that way, that there's so much red tape that's involved in trying to do a simple farming lease as it is right now in your community. You have to go through ISC. It has to be approved by the Minister of Indian Affairs or whatever flavor of the month that they want to call themselves. 2 time zones away. Instead, when your chief and council can make a decision about your land right now. And this can be done so much more quicker. Instead of waiting 6 months, maybe 6 years, yes. Maybe this is done in 2 weeks. Speed of business, and that's the thing that the land code would offer to your community. Being able to do things quicker, do things that you want to do, and not something that's dictated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. So I just want to get to any questions on that before I move on to the next project. Jeff.
Yeah, just for the folks, Jason, can you maybe just kind of explain the amendment process? If they don't like certain sections of the land code, is there an amendment process?
Yeah, good question. Right now, if we have any concerns about our land with ISC, we don't have an opportunity to amend. We don't have an opportunity to make changes. With the land code, we can have a meeting, as simple as a meeting, community meeting, your land code committee. We want those changes, we can get them done. You gotta remember, this is a nation-to-nation agreement between Montreal Lake Cree Nation and Canada. There's no Saskatchewan, there's no ISC, Indian Affairs or anything. That land code can change at any time on the community's wishes. Jeff.
So as your gravel company I was talking about, as is right now, it would be going under all this red tape we're talking about. It would have to be okayed by ALC and INAC and all that before it could even start. Like even if it was, I'm a band member and I'm on reserve.
As it is right now, it would be almost impossible to do that. Under the land code, yes, you can do that. Okay. And that's what I mentioned earlier. It's not about who's doing it, it's about what Indian Affairs ISC has been allowing for decades without the approval of the membership, without going through our chief and council, without even doing any studies on what resources are out there. They're being plucked out of your land, your ground, and that's not fair to future generations and yourself. So under this land code, definitely we will do our due diligence and make sure there's enough for the future, but again, it provides you an opportunity to be successful. But again, we have to vote yes on that, so good question.
And again, I don't mean any disrespect to that family. like I said, they used to lend horses to people in Little Red just so they could get to school. So no disrespect to that family. I'm just trying to get answers to my questions, that's all.
Oh, that's the point. Again, if there's a way everybody can benefit, the community, the family that has their businesses, the people that want to get into business, let's find a way to do it. But the best way to do it is under our land code, under our own jurisdiction control. And that for me is what I'm working towards. So anyway, thank you for that. If there's not any more, I want to bring up Alvin Delorme. Alvin Delorme's been working on a project called Molanosa, the Molanosa project. For those of you not aware, Premier Mo was in Montreal Lake here over the summer. Not only was he in Montreal Lake, he came off to Molanosa, actually broke Brannick with us. But he was out there, he issued a press release. We expressed our desire to have more control over Molanosa. We have graveyards there. We have camping grounds, traditional grounds. We have annual cultural days there. So, and it's also our original treaty signing place. So it just makes sense that we make a move to have control, not only control, but include that under our reserve land. So one of the people that's been a big help to us is the SALT organization, and under SALT is Alvin Delorme. So I'll just ask him to come up here, and he's got a picture show.
Hopefully the mouse will work better. Alvin Delorme. I work with Saskatchewan Aboriginal Land Technicians. My position is the Additions to Reserve Unit Lead. So we help First Nations with reserve creation. To get there, I'm gonna, you heard your lawyer talk about the trust, the settlement agreement, and the trust document. And then this leads to where I'm going to go next. Settlement agreement says how much money you're getting and who's paying you. Secondly, you do a trust document that tells your trustee how to use the proceeds of your claim. So when you sign a claim, you can get a claim that lets you buy land or just a global settlement that gets you money. To get Crown land, normally you have to have a claim that compels government to give you land, right? So we're going to talk quickly. I'll just go through that. It's late, so I'm going to skip through a couple slides. First Nations land management is important to SALT. That's kind of one of our priorities. We want to make sure that we build capacity at the First Nations, that First Nations manage their lands effectively. And for us, we want to help First Nations to create reserves. Started working with Montreal Lake. I got a physical copy of your traditional land use study. I digitized that, returned it to the nation. From that, I was asked to help with the Molanosa Reserve creation. So what the goal is to move provincial Crown land to Montreal Lake Reserve. Because you have no specific claim, you have no way to compel the province to permit this. So it hasn't been done without a claim to get provincial land to reserve. We gave some comments on what we thought would be the best strategy to do it. With no claim, how do you get the land? We met with council, we talked to them, and we helped with the mapping. It started out, we mapped 3 areas, the campsite, the cemetery, and the treaty siting site. It was about 20 acres. Gave it to council, and what we had said was, you need to block enough area that nobody's going to develop right next to your areas, and especially areas of cultural importance to you. So they asked us to create a larger map that would kind of preserve the areas of interest to the nation and have a buffer zone around it. So we did this next map. They talked to the community. They have some land claims committee, I think it was, that they talked to, and they said that the Montreal Lake used land up until the other side of the road. So we expanded our selection to the other side of the road, and when your chief of council met with the premier and other dignitaries, this is the map that they gave to the premier to say this is what we want for Moldanosa. We, after the announcement from the premier where he said he would support the reserve creation, the first time ever in Saskatchewan, we met with Natural Resources Canada and we aligned the map, what's called the township fabric, which is how land is described in Saskatchewan. So it's a little bit more land, but when you align with the township fabric, you're going to save on survey costs. So we're trying to figure out how to make sure the land is surveyed and affordable. Yeah, that's the old highway. I think it's a dirt road, and I'm going to try to point at the map. And that's the road that you take to get down to the Moldanosa days. That right to show with the shadow there. Currently, Saskatchewan, even though you have the support of the premier, they do internal search at Saskatchewan. The end result should be a making available letter, and Saskatchewan is currently undertaking this process. They started it before Christmas. I said we expect within 45 days. But it might be sooner. I'm just trying to give them a bit of flex. This is a link to the announcement on the government website. The next steps, well, it's about 1,400 acres. So once we get that letter, once Montreal gets that letter, you negotiate the price. So from the nation side, you probably want that at a nominal rate. The province, because it's a public asset, they may want fair market value. So then you're looking at what's the type of land. You may go back and forth and negotiate what a final value will be, or they may support you and do a nominal rate. I don't know what that's going to look like. This is the first time ever, so I'll be interested to see what the province comes back with. There'll be, after negotiations are complete, there'll be a legal transaction that lawyers are registered to change in title, and then it goes to additions to reserve. And then, once again, SALT will be there to help you. And that's it in a nutshell. I have some additional slides. If you're wondering, I'll be very clear, SALT is helping. We actually get funding from Indigenous Services Canada. Our funding is to help First Nations with reserve creation. So that's my goal in this all, is to help you create reserve. We're not a consultant. Montreal Lake isn't paying us. Much like First Nations Land Management Resource Center, we pay our own travel. We come out when you need us for help, and it's free technical support.
I don't know if this question would be veered towards you and your area, but I know we're all Woodlands Cree, and it doesn't matter if it's La Ronge or Montreal Lake, but we're having La Ronge side band members building houses in areas that are Montreal Lake lands, and my understanding to it is if we're not utilizing the land, that they have the right to build houses on it and say that it's a part of L'Orange. Is there any truth to that? That anybody can go on a land that's known to be Little Red or Montreal Lake Cree Nation, since we're separating each other based on mother bands? If a L'Orange side band member builds a house on Montreal Lake side where land is not being utilized, does that make that land L'Orange, or is it still Montreal Lake?
If you're talking specifically here in Little Red, no, that's Montreal Lake land. I think anyone who is not a non-member has to get permission to live on your lands. Nobody can just, regardless if it's being used or not. If you're talking about traditional lands, for example, Malanosa, they may have a permit from the government. We don't own the lands in Malanosa. It's traditional lands. By the way, well, no, I'll just keep quiet. It's traditional lands. If they have a permit from the government, they can live where they are now. One of the things we have to do is, as part of this process, is we have to, and thankfully, L'Orange and Peter Ball have both written letters supporting this project, supporting us to get that land in Malanosa. But anywhere else on reserve land, no, you have to get permission. Or you have to get a lease. You have to get permission or something. Nobody can just move in and say, it's not being used, it's mine. So that's not how it works. So.
And I've said this in my presentation, I'm just trying to make sure I didn't miss any information to you. Once you get the land and you actually do the addition to reserve, there's 4 key phases. The first one is initiation. That's where the First Nation acquires the land. They do a BCR and they send a package to Indigenous Services Canada to say that we want this as reserve. So right now, you're talking to the province. The province gives you the land. Get you the land, however that looks. Once you have it, then you tell Canada, we want to make a reserve. Canada, step 2, assessment and review. They do an internal review, and even though the province knows about it, they send notice to the province. And they do Canada to the province, and then it comes back to the nation, and it goes into the 3rd phase, which is proposal completion. You address any third-party interest on the land. Once all the third-party interests are addressed, it can be done as quickly as 6 months if there's no interest. And if there is interest, it could take decades, depending on what the interest is. But it's still your land in fee simple, and you still control it while it's in that process. Once all that work is done, it goes to headquarters at Ottawa for the minister to sign.
Does that include the land that park wardens were moving land markers? All that was marking out 106B from the park were land markers, and the elders actually helped do a survey showing where our traditional lands were. Does this include that land as well?
I know this process because I worked in the land code for one of my First Nations. What actually happens is Natural Resources Canada will do research on your reserve boundary as part of getting ready for your land code. And they'll show where they have aerial photography, and they'll look to see if there's any encroachments. If they suspect an encroachment, then they'll work with Jason to survey and quantify that encroachment and take enforcement action and get the boundary corrected. So even if any person, I won't say, moved a pin, they relocate it to its correct position. And it's all part. And that work is done, even if you don't pass your land code, your boundary will be corrected to where it should be.
I guess another thing too, what we did in 2021 or 22 is we surveyed both communities, both lands, research reports. So we have research reports going back from when the treaty was signed, any interest out there. But the one thing we're going to be doing at our community meetings, we're going to be bringing those surveys, we're going to bring those maps, we're going to bring where every single peg is laid on your land. So you will actually see it. We'll do it PowerPoint, but we'll have maps. and we'll go back as far as we can because we do have the research reports now. So that's why it's important to have those community meetings. So we start from the beginning, where the land was, where it started, how it's changed over the years, and where and when it's changed. So we'll have a chance to look at those things.
And the closing is just some summary statements about what we do at SALT, and I don't want to read them to you today. Thank you for listening, and thank you for letting me work with you on this project.
Thank you, everybody. Tinig in Nanaskwan. Mr. Gitown via Timon. Before I finish, I just want to give our chief, the boss, and her council very big thank you. This is something historic. Again, Montreal Lake leads the way in many things. Again, we're getting back to that. We've been in a mess a few years, but it's not an excuse to keep moving forward, to just keep going, keep moving forward. So thank you, Chief Joyce, your council, for everything, all your support. And Binagi Talk now. Thank you for that.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Eliza for the opening prayer. Eliza is the longest serving CHR in all of Saskatchewan and possibly the whole of Canada. I would like to acknowledge our chief and council that are here today, and to all of you that are still here. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ray Lindain. I used to be the nurse in charge in Montreal Lake for 9 years, and I am a returning band member again. I would like to go over the reports of our staff member in Little Red. I will start with our home care. Everybody knows that our home care staff in Little Red is Sharon. For the month of October, she says we had 8 elders at the beginning, and at the end of October, we now have 13 elders. We provide Meals on Wheels on Mondays, and during the week, we bake banana for them. Throughout the month, we did home visits. We also had our Thanksgiving dinner for our elders, which they really enjoyed. We provide laundry services for a couple of clients. We also check their mail 2 times a week and deliver water. So those are some of the duties of our home care in Little Red. They provide homemaking services, Meals on Wheels, and also they assist our elders in medical appointments for that matter. So that's the brief report coming from our home care. Our NADAP, we have Gerald Valentine as our NADAP worker in Little Red. He submitted a report. His duties include the intake to NADAP program services for adults, elders, and the youth, assessment of alcohol and drug abuse, and he takes client histories, he refers them to treatment centers, and all the time he has to escort them as well, pick them up, and do a wrap-around service after discharge from treatment centers. So right now, Gerald is by himself working for the NADAP program, but we have advertised a cultural support worker that will assist him in his duties. Yes, sir.
Forgive me again, Uncle. I just had a quick question as to our facility here in Peskoski. How come it's not being utilized? We have a lot of people that are struggling with drugs and alcohol that probably would reach out and ask for help if they knew they could get into a treatment center right away. We have a treatment center here in Pskowski, but we don't utilize it. I'm just wondering why.
That will be part of, yeah, go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you for that question, Aaron. That land there is Montreal Lake Child Family Agency, and it's part of the drug and alcohol initiative with helping families.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with Campbell. Yeah, yeah.
I thought it was more like a rehab center.
Yeah, initially that was the goal, but I think financially it was unable to take off. So we're still figuring out what to do.
Forgive me for interrupting. Welcome back. I got a maggot too, you know that. A lot of people that are struggling don't reach out for help on one main reason: they don't get the help they're looking for. And a part of that is either talking to somebody like Uncle Gerald or being able to get put into a rehab facility, CMAC. And you know, it's so hard for people to step forward and say, I have a problem and I need help. But then to step forward and say, I have a problem and need help, and then not get it. That's a lot of reason why so many of us don't bother. Because I'd like to say I quit, but I'm just going to say I'm trying to quit. That way, if I fall off the wagon, I'm not kicking myself in the ass to get back on. Forgive the language, but you know what I mean? If I didn't get help to quit, I'd probably be 6 feet under right now. And we have the facilities and the know-how to help people in need. And I just think with facilities like that, we could really make a difference.
We also have AFOX at the back, but Virginia's our manager or director for AFOX, and she has a facility there as well. Yeah. But I hear what you're saying about that area. Yeah, it wouldn't be beneficial for people.
Thank you for your question and for being candid about yourself. That's why we are working towards hiring additional support staff for our NADAP program in order to address those concerns that you just brought up. So, yeah, that's part of our initiative, is to beef up our NADAP program in Little Red. Our medical transportation. We have, everybody knows, we have 2 medical taxis in Little Red, and one of them breaks down quite a bit. And that's why we are using one of the vans that's being used by our home care nurse or the CHR. And so what we are trying to do this coming months is maybe we are going to trade off those 2 vans that has been is spending quite a bit of money on maintenance, and we will make sure that the transportation department is well taken care of. All your services is being addressed. So that's what we are doing in the coming months. Our CHR and medical and MCH. The MCH is the maternal and child health support program for Little Red. Our CHR is looking after these 2 programs right now. And we would like to focus more on the maternal and child health program, because this is something really important for our young parents. We want to make sure that our young parents are being visited every so often by our MCH workers, and whatever need or whatever services they need can be supported by our MCH worker. MCH worker is the link between the family and other services in the community and outside our community. So MCH's job is being posted right now. The other thing that I would like to highlight in my report for Little Red is the initiatives that we would like to bring to Little Red. Beginning February the 10th, you will have a registered nurse practitioner that will come to Little Red twice a week. I just want to mention that nurse practitioners work like a medical doctor. They can prescribe, they can do a thorough examination to anybody. They can make referrals to any specialist in town, and they can write laboratory requisitions, whatever the doctor in a walk-in clinic or in any clinic, these nurse practitioners are able to provide to our community members. I realize that a lot of our community members in Little Red do not have a family doctor. Family doctors are hard to come by right now. Not only in Saskatchewan that we are short of family physicians, it's all over Canada. That's why this is the second best choice that we can bring to the community. So 2 days a week, beginning February 10, we will have a nurse practitioner attending to our community members in Little Red. The program manager for Little Red is still being advertised. We need a strong person to sit into this position. Some of the initiatives that we are trying to bring also in Little Red is we will be meeting with the Prince Albert Grand Council, Laclaron's Indian Band Health Director, myself, and our community members from Little Red, or our leadership from Little Red. We would like to bring all the program dollars, health program dollars, to Little Red. Right now what is happening is, you all know, we have 2 nurses that are working from Prince Albert Grand Council. They provide service to the community, but they are hired by the Prince Albert Grand Council. We do not have full control of the health programs. It's just about time that Little Red have their own health program. The other thing that I would like to mention as well is, I mentioned this to our leadership already, that we should start looking at our own health clinic in Little Red. The clinic that we have right now is already, it is small for the community, and we share it with Laclaron's Indian Band. We do not even know, with all due respect to our neighbors, to our friends from Laron's, we do not even know who owns the building right now. That's over 25 years building. I'm looking for a clinic room for our nurse practitioner. I cannot even identify a room. And one of our staff at the clinic volunteered that we can take over the coffee room, but there's a camera that we have to ask permission from Laron's to remove that camera so that we can utilize that as a clinic. That says a lot. We do not have control over our own health programs in Little Red. It's just about time. And the leadership, I thank the leadership for being supportive of all the proposals, of all the suggestions that I'm bringing forward, as well as coming from our staff at the clinic. They have good suggestions, and we bring that forward to our leadership to act on it. And it's just about time. Yes, sir.
I was just going to say, I think we all need to remember why that building was built on what we call no man's land.
Yeah, and health is really important for everybody, and we know that everybody's struggling. We have issues in drugs and alcohol addictions. We would like to address that. We would like to address all the issues that is lacking, or the services that we don't have in Little Red. So that concludes my report. I will welcome any question.
I do. Yes, sir. Actually, I just want to add a little bit. I want to thank Aiden McKenzie. I want to thank Drayden Knife Chicho, and also Mary Lynn Hunt for their artwork that we were able to display on our bulletin boards to fight against drugs and alcohol. So I want to give those kids a round of applause. And if you take a drive coming into Little Red, you see all those bulletin boards that are there. That was the message to our drug dealers and our drug users in regards to trying to use it as a strategy to better of our community. And one of the main messages there, stop destroying our generation with your drugs. So it was a project that was done by Little Red Addictions Prevention, as well as the band office. It was a joint venture to make it happen, and I want to thank the other agencies as well. And of course, we hope to do even more to make it public that with the large amounts of cocaine that we have on Little Red, the large amounts of opiates, the large amounts of crack cocaine, the large amounts of meth. Unfortunately, Little Red is kind of like a runaway zone from their communities. They come and hide here and bring all this stuff with them. Yep. So, in a nutshell, we have to do better visibly. And I really liked Ryan's comment in regards to the visibility that we have here. And he's got to admit, man, he's got a lot of good questions for every one of us. And some of it's valid, a lot of it's valid. So when it comes to addiction services, he's right. One of the things that I get from our elders is how come addictions is not doing more? That's a very, very true statement. And I can answer that. The reason why is because they are not coming. We can advertise, we can have the best program, and we can, of course, we hear our elders' cries for their children and their addiction. Our services are ready. We are ready. But it's so hard as a person who deals with addiction to build that courage walking through my door. We have detox center that's right there, they're ready and willing. It only takes one or 2 days to get our clients to walk them through my office. We can get them in there in the same day. That's how fast our system works. It's just a matter of trying to convince our beautiful clients, our beautiful people, come and see me. And I do advertise on our Facebook page, I do advertise out there. As they walk in, we sit down, we hand them pamphlets, we hand them paperwork, applications. I'm always ready and willing. And I like to say we're, even though I'm there by myself, because we do have other staff in the building from their respective departments as they can help too through word of mouth. So that, I just want to emphasize a little bit on that. And I really want to thank the children for their artwork and our bulletin boards that we have there now. So again, huge round to our kids for making this.
Thank you, Gerald. Annette, are you ready? Housing. Annette Primo, housing report for Little Red.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I know there's a lot of questions behind all the vacant units in Little Red. To that first. I wish there wasn't so many, but that's actual. But there are 5 of the vacant units being fully renovated. As of now. I wish it was less. I wish it was more being renovated, but we have a problem with our contractors. So it's a slow process, but. Currently, I'm working on windows and doors project for our brand units with children, which includes exterior doors, windows, and stone doors. I know there was a question about the blue building. Housing does have a little area in there where we store our supplies. So I'm trying to get offices put into the blue building for housing and public works, and that's where we'll have our offices instead of the brand office. So that's in the works. For new builds, we have 3 5-bedroom units that are coming up quickly. In the spring, they'll begin preparing for lots for 4 RTMs, possibly 6. Also working with Public Works on finding new lots in Little Red for our future builds. This past year, I've been working on furnaces, water heaters. We replaced 7 furnaces and 7 water heaters. And it's ongoing, both furnaces and water heaters. Our maintenance, right now we're using Lloyd and Martin from Montreal Lake. They come to Little Red twice a week. It's a struggle with maintenance right now. So if anybody's interested in maintenance for Little Red, please come. Our committee members consist of 5 band members, 1 elder. Little Red is Sharon Stevenson, Corey Hunt, Montreal Lake is Sherry Bird, Donna Stewart, Jacqueline Halkett, and our elders, April Valley. And that's all I have.
I have a couple of questions, but I first want to say, I know you're taking a lot of heat, Annette, in the position you're sitting in. I just want to say you're doing a good job. Okay? regardless of what anybody says or does, you're doing a good job. I have two questions that pertain to housing. The first one is, whose decision was it to run the housing meetings the way it's run? As is right now, when we go to a housing meeting at Muskowski, membership is meant to sit in the front foyer, and the committee members and the elders say their opening prayer behind closed doors. And they don't even bring the sweetgrass or anything out to the membership that are sitting in front. In other words, what I'm asking is, how come everybody isn't included in the opening prayer? And why are we called in one by one? Like who's...
I can't explain the opening prayer and all that, but I know a lot of the members like their privacy of why they're there. They don't want the whole community to hear why they're there. And so it's just for privacy for each member.
Sorry to interrupt. I was given that understanding to but that's why we have people in your position and offices in the band office, so we have that privacy one-on-one. But the housing meetings are when the committee is supposed to come to, or when the band membership is supposed to come to the committee to ask our questions the same way we're doing right now with the band assembly. At least my understanding of a housing meeting anyway. I'm under the assumption that, or I get the feeling when I show up at housing meetings that it's like you can't ask your questions even if you wanted to, because it's you against the committee instead of the membership asking questions towards the committee. But I don't know, I've never been to a housing meeting that's been handled that way. And if it's a privacy issue, why do we have your office or people like housing management clerk where we can go and speak one-on-one about our issues, but then have housing meetings that we're going one-on-one? You know what I mean? Like, I know we're all worried about privacy issues. That's why we go to the band office and speak to a housing management clerk one-on-one. You know what I mean? And I don't know if anything's going to come of it. I just thought I'd bring it up. The second question that I think we all need to think about is, we have policies put in place by Kisi Mantu, or the elders' wisdom and knowledge. Those policies, if they were followed and abided by, people like yourself wouldn't be taking the heat. People wouldn't be getting mad at you if housing followed the housing policy that our elders laid forth. Those policies were made by our elders so you know what I mean? Like if somebody gets a brand new house and they destroy that house, in the policy it states they shouldn't be given another house, no matter how many kids they have. But then the kids are taken into consideration too. So if we, if you as a committee followed the policy laid forth by the elders, then you as committee individuals wouldn't be taking the heat or getting heck from the people so much if we all just followed the policies that our elders created for us. I just thought I'd throw that out there. It's not so much a question, it's just my understanding.
All right, I just heard bingo is in 3 hours, so we gotta keep moving here. I got good ears. Big hand, Shirley Badger, income assistant.
The only thing that really changed in the report in my program is that I have a new assistant that I work with. Now her name is Tristan Bird. I had lost Miranda to Jordan's principal. But I hear she's doing good things in the program. As of January 1st, I have 175 clients. 103 of my clients are on direct deposit, and 72 clients are on still get checks. I have 25 clients that get mid-month, and for those 72 clients that get checks, their issue is ID. So I'm hoping to work with one of the local banks to get that done. I had a couple of visits from the FSO, Alan Leader, and is coming again in the second week in February. Been busy working on stats. Since we switched up the programs, we had a bunch of missing information, and so I have to add kids, add housing was a big issue on there, and I have 12 more months to do, so I'm caught up for that part. And the employment and training for social, we currently don't have anybody in that program doing that program right now, due to the fact that nobody has applied. Nobody doesn't want to work. So it's been open, so if anybody wants to come and apply, to talk to Gail. So me and Tristan we haven't really did any programming because like nobody shows up for our programs.
Who is a Sturgeon Lake band member, but she lives out here with me. We have 5 little ones. Would she be able to apply, not being a Montreal Lake band member?
Yeah, as long as she's applying, she is.
Awesome.
Oh, for the job you mean?
Yeah.
That's something she'll have to talk with HR about. I'm not sure if it's open, but I know we want band members to work for us. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
We had the FNS program. It was successful for us, and we hope to continue with that in the future. I also work with Judy Bird for membership, and I'm really hoping somebody else takes over that because I'm really super busy with my program, and hopefully somebody does soon. She's really busy with the cows and plows, so and we're trying to get encourage a lot of the members when their children have kids to get their birth certificates right away, get them registered right away, so that we're not battling this. Addictions has a lot to do with IDs, but I've been working with a lot of my clients, like out of all my clients that are on direct right now. I and Judy did help a lot of them get IDs so that they can open up a bank account. But with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate what Shirley just said. Judy and Shirley have been working hard to get everybody registered. If you have children, grandchildren, Japans, anything, help them get registered. Part of the problem could be an ID. Maybe they don't have an ID, a treaty card, or a health card number and stuff. Social clients can go and see Judy and Shirley, and we can help them get registered, because they're going to have to be registered for cows and plows if they're Montreal Lake band members. The other thing to remember is what the lawyer said is when Canada comes to Montreal Lake and gives us a number on what the final number is going to be, they're going to look at how many members are registered. That's how they're going to determine how much money they're going to give Montreal Lake. So the more people we have registered on the list, the money goes higher for Montreal Lake. Of course, that includes Little Red. So make sure you get your help. We can help get your members registered for Montreal Lake.
Get them to wait another year. We'll try and have 10 kids each.
I know what you're planning. Next, I want to call on Miranda Henderson. She's still handing out her report, but it's on Jordan's principle.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the elder for the prayer, the other elder for blessing the food, and the cooks, and chief and council, and membership. So I want to start off, I started with Jordan's Principle in July. It's actually a program that was designated for all of Canada to provide services for children on reserve. So I'll start off with the story of Jordan River Anderson. The principal was named after him. He was a young boy from Norway House, Cree Nation in Manitoba. And in 2007, the House of Commons passed Jordan's Principle in memory of Jordan River Anderson, who had passed away at the age of 5. After the federal and provincial governments could not agree on who should pay for his care, Jordan's Principle makes sure that all First Nations children living in Canada can access the products, services, and supports that they need when they need them. Funding can help with a wide range of health, social, and educational needs, including the unique needs that the First Nations, Two-Spirit, and LGBTQIA children and youth, and those with disabilities may have. I have been able to help all, well, not as many. We still have many children. So far, over 80 children in our community. And with the number, it's going to rise. With the cost of living is increasing, the needs of children are placing more demands on families. And we like to assist their parents and caregivers to avoid financial hardship. Jordan's Principle has been able to assist some families, and due to wait times, we can only assist in order of the needs of each child as funding can be limited. To date, we have been able to assist most families with respite, and respite is childcare for child caregivers to help care for their children. Under assessment, for a child to be eligible for respite, for example, they require to have less than 70% intellectual disability. Children with cerebral palsy need to be assessed less than the requirement. Applications can take up to 1 year for approval based on the 24,000 applicants that are still in order to be approved. And this is for the region. Speech therapy, educational assistance, assessments for children. We'll explain a bit about this. Assessments are faster with a disability child than any other child. Your child does not need to have a disability to be helped. Through my own experience, there goes a faster response. You can apply for approval for almost anything, depending on quotes and cost of items. Some delays may come with the approvals. You can also ask for baby items such as cribs, bedding, mattresses, strollers, car seats, clothing, blankets, car seat covers, high chairs, and toys. You can also apply for beds, twin beds, double beds, bedding for all bed requests and dressers. You can ask for furniture such as couches, love seats, and sofas are provided. We also include fumigations on there as well. We also can assist with rent arrears for the first 6 months only. Quotes or statements need to be provided and will be attached with the applications. Rent for the first month as well as damage deposits, again, the quote must be provided and attached with the application. Groceries up to 6 months must be added in the recommendation letter. Milk, Pampers, and those will be sent to the region for approval. Transportation, meals, and hotel accommodations for emergencies only. For example, if your house is getting fumigated, you can fill out an application form, attach the proof of letter from the pest control. There are a few examples, however, all applicants can request for whatever it is the biggest and best interest of the child. Parents and guardians know what their children and grandchildren need. A few families in our community and in Montreal Lake were also able to receive fences for their yard that was selected based on the special needs of each child or each family per home. Also, our youth center was able to benefit from playgrounds. Gift cards and purchase orders can be available to children that are based on urgency and application. We also provide a service for group requests and a system to provide, for example, such as laptop, fences, lunch programs, and more based on each group application. So moving forward for our children, our responsibilities are to advertise our services to assist more children and families through posters, radio advertising, and networking with other agencies. This is to be able to promote more products and services for each child. We must understand that we can help and provide and support for these children. This is one of many ways that we can assist them. With these applications, we have reached out to Yakut Hamlet, our own community in Little Red and Montreal Lake. I've also been extended to clientele to urban areas. And in the future, we hope to reach out to more isolated communities such as Malanosa, Lac Orange, Grandmother's Bay. For them, as the cost of living increased drastically for them. We have been able to assist many families, and our future for our children can be time sensitive as each child has different needs. The region is addressing priority requests based on urgency. Thank you to the people and the children for the opportunity to be able to assist with all your requests. I look forward to our future together in all of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Miranda. Miranda and all the Jordan's principal, Gloria and Flo, I think yesterday did a presentation in Prince Albert. They're doing a good job for all of the members for Montreal Lake, including Irving. So, Fonzie, I'd like to call on Fonzie here to come and do a presentation for prevention, and I think Jolene as well.
And Corey.
And Corey. Corey.
Yeah, Jolene and Corrine, could you please come up for a second? Oh, they're coming. Okay, hi everybody. My name is Alfonso Valley. I'm currently the acting director for prevention services. We do have a post out going, I think it's till February 19th, if anybody needs to apply or wants to apply. One second. Next page here, sir. Okay. And this is our mission statement for prevention services. Essentially, I'm just going to go over some of the stuff we offer and who we are. I think we need more information for that out to people. Here we go. Okay, we provide children, youth, and families with programming in the community utilizing a holistic approach. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. We'll keep going. Yes, so basically we are here to help families, and anything we can do with that, we will try, as long as it meets our guidelines and things. If we can go ahead one more. Our services. There we go. So we have Corinne and Joe here. They will help families. Just some examples of what they do is, if some families need mental health support, we'll get them in contact with our mental health team. We're currently hiring a mental health worker for Little Red and Montreal Lake. They'll spend 3 days in Montreal Lake and 2 days in Little Red. And we work with any other programs as possible to try and make sure we have a wraparound support system, and we all contact each other, keep in touch. So I contact our social workers, our JP workers, just to make sure we can help everybody as best as possible. We've been offering shuttle services on the money days that come in, family lounge, GST. We will take you and your family in for groceries and bring them back, just to help save some costs on food. I know we do others. I'm going to go back 1 second. Thank you. Yeah, so we help members access other supports. So if you come to us and you're needing help, the first thing we'll do is we'll make sure that if SIS can help you, social, JP, and we'll have one of our workers go with you to do all that process. One of our new initiatives is community member programming. So what we're asking is for anybody in the community who has any type of skill or knowledge that they want to offer, we will help you set the program up. We'll provide you with the funding for it and a team member to help you do all the steps. Okay. And for a lot of our programming, we try to make sure that it's culturally relevant, and if we can get any type of culture into our communities, especially Montreal Lake, it's not as culturally oriented as it is in Little Red. So we're trying to fix that. Just an upcoming note too, we have a traditional parenting course coming up in February in Montreal Lake. If anybody from Little Red would like to join, our ladies can drive you there. We also will be bringing that into the community to a later date. Okay. Okay. And here's a bit more of the stuff we do. So for every community event that happens in both Little Red and Montreal Lake, Prevention tries to help out in a way. I mean, we don't pay for everything, we just provide workers and what supports we can. We help with the powwow, the cultural days, the school supplies and backpacks, and the youth winter gear. Those were 2 projects that we coordinated with the youth center, and they were extremely helpful in distributing everything. We have cultural teachings. We just recently hired our cultural coordinator, so we're hoping to get those things moving a bit faster. Our hunting and fishing program, any type of meat that is harvested, we share to our elders and our families in need. There we go, this is our team. It's a very small team, and we are currently hiring more people. So there's Mary Lou, who Valley's our office manager. Afson Halpa is our cultural coordinator, and he will go between both communities. Roger Bird works in Montreal Lake, and I'm a consultant for the program. It's my official title. Little Red, we have Jolene and Corinne, and that's all. That's all. Yeah, if anybody has any questions, just put your hand up, I'll answer them, except for Cam. Cam's got a lot to ask questions. So, anybody else? Yes.
transportation vehicle for this ride?
There is, and on Friday, they're going to be going out for Olympic socials on Friday. So they're going to be offering our shuttle to the city and back. Yep, and it's no cost, it's just to help support people. Yes, and the only stop in grocery stores, the Walmart, Superstore, and the 3 stops. More questions? Now? Good? Thank you.
Thank you to Alphonse, Corrine, and Jolene.
Sometimes we get so busy that you kind of forget things. I know the last few days have been kind of busy for all of us. Last night, Bonnie asked me, she come up to me and she told me, I got to leave by 2 o'clock tomorrow. And I said, okay, no problem, I'll let Dawn know to put you down the agenda so you can speak earlier. And she come and see me at 1:45. I got to go now. And I was like, oh, I forgot, I'll do it then. So that's why I'm up here doing a report for her. But, so anyways, I oversee the post-secondary program. Bonnie is the post-secondary director, and then she has an assistant who's Reagan Valentine. Those are the only 2 staff that do all the work, but there is a committee. Committee consists of 2 representatives from Montreal Lake, who are Judy Bird and Gloria Henderson, 2 from Little Red, Misty Glen and Karine is here, and then the PA Urban members are Teresa Olson and Gator Bird, and then we just recently appointed an elder. Roy Ross is our new elder there. So we meet pretty much quarterly on a regular basis. There's occasions where we have to make some certain selections with students. Yeah, I don't want to say drop out. I don't know what the proper term is. Discontinue. That's the proper term. But you know, the last time we met for winter selections, I think we had about 100 students that we had to select from. You know, and it's kind of hard because you have to take in all the considerations. We have guidelines that we have to follow. We have a policy that we have to follow. And if the student that's applying for post-secondary education does not meet all the criteria, doesn't fill out all the parts of their application, they get bumped to the back, right? So it's kind of hard, and you have to do that. You know, but it states in the policy what's all needed and what you have to do. I guess our priority in post-sec are the students that are just recently graduated from grade 12. Those are priority students. So if a student just graduates fresh out of grade 12, they get first priority on selections. I forgot to mention Alyssa is our other representative for post-sec. Sorry, Alyssa. And then, but Bonnie did make a report, a little report here. I'll just try and read off what she wrote here. Okay, so the program supports band membership in pursuing post-secondary studies. Students must be enrolled in a program of at least 8 months duration that leads to a certificate, diploma, or a degree. For the current academic year, which includes both fall term and winter terms, the post-secondary program received over 100 applications. With guidance of post-secondary committee and following the student manual, a combined total of 70 students were selected. As of today, there are 60 full-time students, meaning that 10 students have withdrawn from their programs. In addition to full-time students, there is also a total of 13 part-time students with their tuition and books that are being covered. Part-time students include the students that are going for their master's and their PhD. There are 7 students in the master's program, and there's 3 that are going for their PhD.
You will find information, there's a handout, you'll find information on what programs that the students are in. A few of the programs are health-related studies, social work, business, education, and justice. Also in the report, you'll find a chart where different locations that our students are from. The majority of the students in the province are either from Prince Albert, Saskatoon, Regina. We have 15 that are out of province and 2 that are out of country. In December, we provided full-time students with a Christmas bonus just to help ease financial pressures that often coincide with the season. Additionally, in the month of January, once the holidays were over, we can be particularly challenging. So financially, we extended further support to send food security payment to assist with any essential needs. The post-secondary program gives out scholarship awards. So the students have to apply for those scholarships, and we usually give those out at the urban Christmas dinners. We give out 6 scholarships. And yeah, that's about all that Bonnie has here. So, thank Bonnie. I can probably answer most questions. I've been with the program for about 6 years, so I'm quite familiar with the student manual. But yeah.
I just wanted to ask, as for post-secondary, do